$133 million since 2010 to January of 21, and coaches' buyouts seem like a high number to you. That seems low to what I expect that number to be.
That's about $50 million a year on average. And you've got 130. Is this just football?
It's FBS, yes.
Is it just football, though?
They had some video in it in the story. I thought it was just football, but they had some Beeline and some basketball coaches there.
Okay, so let's say most of your buyouts are going to be paid by, say, the top 100 programs. I mean, what's that? $500,000 a year? Is that right?
Yeah, but I mean, let's just say half of those programs don't have anybody on the buyout.
Well, I was just doing on average, though. On average, that's $500,000 a year.
So your gut, is that a low number or a high number?
It feels like a low number to me. $500 million.
I mean, it seems like a high number just when you read it, but when you start to really think about the buyouts now in college football.
I mean, if you'd have told me.
What is Gus's? I saw this article. Gus's is crazy.
Oh, I bet Auburn's near the lead.
Well, if you told me $1 billion since 2010, I'd been like, that sounds about right.
Right.
Sounds about right. Half of that is what it is. Top 4 schools since 2010 in buyouts. FBS programs, name them for me.
Texas, Auburn, Florida. Texas, Auburn, Florida, and Texas, Auburn, Florida.
Florida State's got to be a little high. I mean,
You've got 2 of 4 right now.
LSU.
You've got 2 of 4 is what you ended up with. Number 4 on the list, Ole Miss, University of Mississippi.
Really?
From 2010 to now.
That's surprising.
I am
thought
surprised.
Hugh was with
That's
calls.
what I was about to say. I don't think they've got a. Well, I do think they settled with Hugh. That might have been with calls, but I don't think they wanted the story coming out.
Texas is number 3.
That's not surprising. They had to pay Charlie Strong a lot to get rid of him, and then had to pay Tom Herman a lot to get rid of him. They've made some bad hires.
Nebraska is number 2.
It's a little surprising to me. But what they
was Bo Pelini.
Yeah, but he'd been there a long time.
Yeah.
Why? I wouldn't think they have a lot of guys.
And Auburn is number 1.
I'm not surprised at that one.
Of all, they did a whole big outside the lines. It was a big story last week at ESPN.com. I am surprised. You're right. LSU. Now, this is through January. It's not going to factor in Coach O, so that may push LSU up into the top 4 or maybe even to the lead by the time they pay O to go away.
Yeah, because they're, I think, still paying Les Miles, aren't they?
That's right. And I don't know, have they gotten off Gene Chizik yet at Auburn from 2010 or from back in the beginning?
Yeah, they would had to have. I mean, that's been 11 years. Well, no. It's been 9 years.
9 years.
Yeah, surely to goodness they're finished paying Gene Chizik after 9 years. But as soon as you finished paying him, what'd you do? You started paying Malzahn. I mean, that's the vicious cycle Auburn has been in. As soon as you got one guy off, you've had to start paying for the other one.
Yeah. Mike Riley, some ridiculous buyout at Nebraska is what Kerry is saying there, is how they're up there.
I keep forgetting about Mike Riley.
I do, too. I forgot he was even the Nebraska coach.
And Bill Callahan was there as well. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Great time at trivia last night down there.
Yeah, every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you mark that down. Tell your family and friends about that. But it's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. And if you're looking for a great lunch, stop in and get one of those burgers, the award-winning wings, the delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Great place to enjoy the fall weather, sit out on that patio, watch some NFL action tonight with Browns Dolphins going up against the Ravens. Good college football with UNC Pittsburgh. It's all right there at Odie's. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
If you'd been at trivia last night, you would have learned the answer to this. Which came first, the chocolate chip cookie or Alabama Governor Kay Ivey?
I'm going to say it was Alabama Governor Kay Ivey. Chocolate chip cookie was a mistake.
Yeah. It was a mistake.
Some might argue Alabama Governor Kay Ivey.
Didn't we do the chocolate chip cookie as a mistake on trash?
We did.
We did. It was a World War I or World War II.
Which one came first, though, Rockstar?
I'll go with the Governor Kay
Ivey. It was the chocolate chip cookie, slightly older than Kay Ivey.
We'll leave you with this thought. Pete Thamel, Yahoo Sports, writing about the coaches carousel. He says, until someone else has walked up to the podium and introduced in Baton Rouge, he'll think it's Jimbo Fisher's job to turn down. Pete Thamel at Yahoo. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes with Texas A&M this weekend as they travel to Oxford. It is a game day location. We'll get you ready for football. The Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 is up right now at nextroundlive.com. You can do that all the way to the kick Saturday morning. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Good morning, Jack. Happy Football Friday to you. Happy Football Friday, Goose. I like the old school guys who remember Happy Football Friday from back in the day. Scott and Melanie checking in early on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter, watching the stream today from Columbia, South Carolina, home of the Gamecocks, who beat the Gators last week. Maybe they're Gamecock fans. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're Clemson fans, not as excited as the Gamecock fans were after the win last week. Nick, Charles, John, everyone else who's starting to populate the Farmfolio chat room. It is a Football Friday. Sadly, we're running out of these, but we're at week 11. The good stuff's still ahead, and we got a great slate coming up this weekend. We got a game tonight in Cincinnati, who's got some playoff implications, but they should dominate down in Tampa. More on that later. Let's start, though, with what we saw last night, first in the National Football League, where, as Paul points out on Twitter, he's almost a god, small lowercase g, in the second half when he comes off the bench. Tua Tagovailoa did it again last night. Smaller stage in the national championship, but big for you, Brown.
Oh, it's huge. Big win for the Dolphins to get to 3-7, Jim. Although the schedule, by the way, is about to ease up for the Dolphins. I mean, they could go on a run here if they could play like this all the time.
Could be an 11-6 team you're looking at.
Well, they already got 7 losses.
Okay. Could be a 10-7 team you're looking at.
So but that's a good win because Baltimore is one of the best teams in the AFC, and Miami completely shut them down. It was really less about Tua, though he did play well in the second half, replacing Jacoby Brissett. But the Miami Dolphins defense was as dominant as I have seen them in a very long time last night. Well, it's a good offense.
Yeah,
Lamar Jackson confused the whole game, and they controlled his ability to run the football.
Well, I think they blitzed 34% of the time last night. And so, yeah, I mean, to hold the Ravens under 100 rushing yards is an accomplishment.
Because they want to run.
And they had 94. I mean, they've led the league the last couple of years in rushing. You know, Lamar Jackson, 9 carries, 39 yards, and he was under duress all night long, and Brown is right. It was all about Brian Flores and that defense last night. Tua did what he needed to do. You know, the numbers got a little inflated on that. Wasn't the final possession, but the throw to Albert Wilson on that blown coverage.
Yeah. I mean, that helps because the big thing about Tua last night is his average was 12.2, which is massive in the NFL. On yards per attempt. Well, that's helped by the fact that Albert Wilson is left uncovered and runs most of the field. Yeah. I mean, that's going to change that a little bit.
The story of the game, though, was the defensive play of the Dolphins, like you were saying, and ESPN Stats and Info. Ever since Next Gen Stats started to be, tabulated a lot of things we didn't keep up with back in the day. But in 2016, we started the Next Gen era where they kept up with everything. And it's the most safety blitzes in a game. And not just by one, but 2 different Dolphins set the record last night. 21 blitzes from Howard, 17 from Jones, and that's 1-2 all-time in the next-gen era.
I guess we'll see the Bears do it again next week because it is such a copycat league.
Do it, yeah. I mean, do it until the Ravens figure it out, right?
Yeah. And the Ravens, they're hard to figure out. I think they're a good team. They struggled last week. They were down 14 to Minnesota this past Sunday. The week before, they lost by 24 to the Bengals. So this has been a rough stretch for Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. But, we talked about that incredible streak that Alabama had ended this past week of 30-plus points scored in a game. Did you guys realize the Ravens had gone 51 regular season games with at least 14 points? Second longest streak in the history of the NFL. And that was snapped last night?
And that got shut down last night. 22-10, Dolphins win it. Here's what I'm glad your Dolphins won. Here's what
Thank you, Jim.
Here's what is sort of sad, though. Lamar Jackson playing on a Thursday night gets to go back to his beloved University of Louisville this weekend.
Right.
As they play host to Syracuse.
Yeah.
And they're dedicating a street to him, Lamar Jackson Way. Mm-hmm. They're going to make the old traditional 8 miles per hour on Lamar Jackson Way. And he gets to go there carrying a loss. You would hope.
I'm not sad about that at all.
Well, I know you're not, Brent. I literally started off saying, other than for you feel bad for Lamar. He can't carry a W back to Louisville for that.
I bet he's a little beat up today, but I bet by Saturday it'll be fine. It's the NFL, and again, they're sitting at 6-3, and they pretty much control everything in front of them, and the AFC is wide open right now.
Hard to believe. Did you hear Aikman say the only other retired number at Louisville?
Johnny Unitas?
Isn't that crazy? I mean, Louisville's had some pretty good players, I thought.
I mean, who else would it be?
I can't think of one.
Mark Clayton. Dolphins receiver. I
A
don't
lot,
know.
a lot of basketball players. But you watched the Pitt game last night. And we'll get to that in a second. But you watched the Pitt game last night, and you start going through Dan Marino and Aaron Donald and Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, those are icons, right?
Pitt's put out some players.
Tony Dorsett.
Tony Dorsett. So it's really good. We'll get to the nut dust moment last night as it went to overtime. I don't know what nut dust does in monsoons.
But I needed it last night for that overtime.
Without the talc, though, it stays nice and dry down where you need it dry.
Nut dust is redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut dust talc-free, all-natural body powder. Great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents. Perfect for the holiday season. Stocking stuffer. Get a bottle of Nut Dust. Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, you can visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code FALL, F-A-L-L. They will take care of you. That's officialnutdust.com.
Tripp says Tom Jackson, by the way, Louisville. Tom Jackson. If his number's not retired there, they need to fix that. Another thing that needs fixing, the NFL's got to do something about the roughing the passer. And I completely understand, and I get this, by the way, because Jacoby Brissett has started games for the Dolphins this year. Nobody tunes in to watch backup quarterbacks. They get that. Tunes in is a really old phrase. Nobody turns on an NFL game to watch backup quarterbacks. So the NFL is doing everything they can to keep the starters in the game. Just see what they've done with Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, they want starters in the game. So I get that they're going to call almost everything roughing the passer. But that call on Javon Holland, that was an awful call.
I've seen two of the worst I've ever seen in the last 4 days. The one on Aaron Donald Sunday night against Ryan Tannehill. And then it was basically the same thing with Holland.
They're going to have to make it reviewable.
Holland's was even worse.
They're going to have to make it reviewable. I mean, I don't know any other way you can fix it, but to make it reviewable.
Aikman said that last night.
Yeah.
Well, you charge the officials with trying to protect the biggest assets in the game.
That's right.
And they're painted into a corner where they have some criteria that if it meets this, it meets that, they do it. But I agree with you. I have no problem with it being reviewed. But then people who do what we do for a living are going to gripe about, we have too many reviews, we have too many replays. But I'm okay with reviews and replays to get a call right. The roughing the passer, people will complain that the game's too soft. I saw you tweet that last night.
It is.
The game is too soft. Okay,
I might have been upset when I told you.
But the game's too soft. Okay, the game's too soft. But again, you don't want to turn in and watch backup quarterbacks or third string quarterbacks. Well, back in the day, you got a lot of you had a lot of quarterbacks where you saw backup quarterbacks for seasons.
See, I don't really remember that. I don't remember, vicious hits leading to, I remember McMahon getting slammed on the turf and he was out of game.
Well, I think you probably just played through a lot of stuff then concussion-wise. Troy, Aikman, and McMahon.
Yeah, that's probably the difference. But, I just remember vicious hits on quarterbacks and not a lot of backup quarterbacks.
Well, you didn't ask quarterbacks to throw 56 times a game, but I can think of Bob Greasy, Earl Morrall. Morrall has to lead them all the way to the Super Bowl as a backup quarterback. Happened a couple times for him in his career.
I don't know if you were watching at this point, but there's Jalen Waddle gets a first down for Miami, and the ref, who's coming up the sidelines from 10 yards behind the play, marks out of bounds 2 yards short, and it was a horrible spot. You could tell on TV the ref had missed the call. The sky judge, or whatever they call it in the NFL, buzzes down and says, hey, y'all missed that one. Spot it right there. It's a first down. Game didn't stop. They just had to come on the microphone and say what happened. That's what needs to happen with roughing the passer. The sky judge needs to get a replay quickly and say, yeah, y'all missed that one. That is not roughing. Don't mark off the penalty.
Yeah, you know how I feel about targeting in college football. If the hit is not violent enough to where I, as the person who's just been hit, can ask for a targeting call. If I can go flag like this as I've been hit,
you probably don't.
You don't get that call.
That's right.
Well,
it obviously did not hurt you bad enough.
You're conscious.
And I had UNC plus 6.5. It was the log last night, and they almost had that call on a fourth down with Sam Howell, and I couldn't believe they reviewed it.
I could not either. That was such a good hit.
That's at the point that I was like, okay, the fix might be in. If they give UNC this first and goal at that situation, but
that was just a hit under the chin.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah,
but it's the crown of the helmet under the chin, and that's supposed to by rule it's supposed to be targeted.
I get that, but you know where that puts your face mask? Right in the chest.
Right.
If the crown of my helmet is hitting the quarterback's chin, my face mask is right here in the sternum, which is the strike zone. That's where you're telling me to hit it.
That's right. That's why they didn't call it.
Yeah, I know.
That's why they didn't call it. But when we're so conditioned when you see the quarterback's head go back and the guy's helmet's anywhere close to it, that you're going to sometimes get a review on that. Thought that was a good no call. That was a fun game. As it goes to overtime, Pittsburgh beats UNC 30-23. I was in the process of landmining, helping out your lock, 17-0. I tweet out the old Kenny Pickett and Pitts motorboating them. They're about to blow North Carolina out.
I never really was worried at 17-0.
You were not?
Wasn't.
Wow.
No. This is kind of the way the ACC has gone this year, so I thought North Carolina still had a fighting shot. They were down 16 at halftime. They pretty much dominated the second half. When you've got a dog of 6 or more, the one thing, if you're going to overtime, you don't need is to win the coin toss. You've got to survive that one overtime where they score first a touchdown, and then you've got to be able to score, because once you get into the third overtime, it's all twos.
Yeah, your point being if you lose the toss, North Carolina gets the ball first, 90% of the time you're at least going to get 3 out of it.
Yeah, you're going to get 3, and then Pittsburgh's either going to score 7 or you're going to go to another overtime, and then you would have to sweat that one possession again. You're only going to have to sweat one possession when you're getting those points. The problem for me, not only did you win the toss, you deferred, but right when Pitt scored, anybody watching, I have never seen rain change that quickly. And it went from a drizzle to a torrential downpour.
It looked like a drizzle on TV. It was raining a lot, and then it became a monsoon.
Yeah.
Because it started blowing sideways
And
at
they
that
couldn't
point.
do anything offensively at that point. And that's when I knew, I was like, they're not going to be able to score here. The only thing they're going to be able to have is a busted play. Ty Chandler on a screen. Maybe Sam Howell gets out with the legs. But at that point, that game was over. And that's a frustrating game to lose in that fashion. And I just really wish.
But what do you always tell us about overtime? What happens in overtime?
It's where
Dogs go to die.
Yeah, dogs go to die.
Underdogs go to die.
And you had a 4th and goal at the 3, and Mac Brown thought about going for it.
And would you have? I don't try to strip away the fact that you gave out UNC plus
I was
6.5.
doing it myself, and I said I probably wouldn't, based on the fact that
You can't
UNC's
go for
got
that.
so much
No,
momentum.
you got to kick and
and
get
they have
overtime.
dominated the second half.
He played it exactly the way
Yeah.
you play it. You take gambling out of it, playing
Right.
to win the football game, which is what we assume Mac is doing.
Well, I wanted him to miss that field goal, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you did. Yeah, but the field goal's the right
It was a
call.
shaky field goal,
It
too.
was, but that's the right call, Dunaway. I mean, you got to kick it and go to
and,
overtime.
and wins and losses in the sports term, the not gambling term, it was the right call. I just was so impressed with Kenny Pickett first half, and then Kenny Pickett second half makes me wonder. I mean, he threw that interception he threw, and he almost threw one
But
right
it was
before
tipped.
overtime.
Yeah, well, the one before overtime, the almost was a worse throw.
Oh,
I
my
thought,
God.
than the other.
And I was thinking to myself, how many times is he going to have to read that coverage and make a tighter throw than that in the NFL? And you're telling me that guy is going to be the first quarterback taken off the board?
Somebody's got to be, and I don't know if you were watching. Well, McShay is back, so that was good. I'm glad
Remotely,
Todd
but
McShay,
yes.
remotely, but I'm glad Todd McShay apparently is better. He was back and talking about all this, but then they did that in the press box, which isn't a big deal. Like if you ever go to an Alabama or Auburn or SEC game, there are NFL scouts all over the press box. But they did that. They showed all the scouts in the press box watching this game.
21 of the 32 teams.
21 of the 32, because there's a good chance one of these two is the first quarterback off the board.
well, it's one of these two. It's Matt Corral.
Matt Corral is in that discussion.
Yeah.
I would still go Matt Corral after watching those two guys last night. But Matt will, as you saw last year, Matt will throw up some interceptions. But that pass, if that guy makes that pass, I mean, North Carolina's about to walk it off at that point and win the game.
It's hard to believe, and I know you got in our extension bet.
Oh, yeah.
Brown got a good bone thrown to him by Jeff Traylor.
And then I got one more. Who was my other one?
Mel Tucker.
I thought you said you had Mel Tucker.
I was kidding with you. I thought you knew.
I've got Mel Tucker?
Yeah, I thought you knew who you had.
You'll pay this thing off.
I don't
It's
think
over.
you got Mel Tucker.
No, I've got it. He's got Mel Tucker.
Are you sure?
Yeah, so 2 of his 3 have already got their raises. It's minimum raises compared to what you and I are going to get.
Yeah.
Minimum. Mel Tucker, they're saying, is going to get $2 to $3.5 million per year more.
Yeah, that's it. 2.5 to 3 million more.
That's it.
What do you think Pat Narduzzi's going to get when he wins the ACC? I'm serious. I've got him.
Pittsburgh?
I think he'll get another $2 or $3 million a year.
You think at Pittsburgh?
Absolutely.
Did you see how few people are at that game at Heinz Field?
What do you think USC is going to pay Luke Fickell?
You got Luke Fickell?
Yeah.
We may not know it's a private school. Those are numbers that are hard to get.
Well, it's whatever USA Today
Who
says.
is the highest paid coach in football right now?
Nick Saban. Nick Saban, Jimbo Fisher, and Dabo Swinney. I
You know
think.
who's going to be the highest paid coach in football?
Who?
Kirby Smart.
And you
Yes,
got
he's got
him,
Kirby
right?
Smart.
Yeah,
He does.
but what's the increase?
Oh, I mean, I think it'll be 3 or 4 more
I don't know
million
if
a
I
year.
agree with you. I don't know if they'll make him higher than Saban.
What do you think Lane Kiffin's increase is going
Is
to
that
be?
what you've got?
Yeah, I got Lane.
Minimal.
I got Luke
Yeah.
Because he's
Fickell.
going to stay at Ole Miss.
And I got Mario Cristobal. What do you think Mario Cristobal's increase is going to be? So you're a little $2 million here, $3 million there. It's nice.
Yeah.
You got an early lead.
I do have an early lead.
You got an early lead. We call. You know what we call you? Rabbit.
I love the fact that he doesn't know who he has. This is a Dunaway move.
It really is.
He
No, I
texted.
remembered I had Trailer, but I couldn't remember if I had Mel Tucker or not.
Yeah.
And the Dunaway said, I've got him. I'm like, crap, I should have taken Mel Tucker. Why not take him?
Well, I thought you were being funny.
No, I was 100% asking.
Do you even know who your third guy is?
I think it's my third guy. So I took Trailer thinking he would get the
Texas Tech
job. And
For those that don't know, we have a stake bet between the three of us. We're going to take the other two guys. Will take the other folks to dinner. We drafted who gets the most increase.
that's right.
Salary wise at the end of the year because we're about to get into the coaching carousel. And
The mistake I made was Stoops.
Mark Stoops, yeah, because he's going to stay at Kentucky, right? And he's
Well, I
just
knew
gonna
he was
get
going to stay at Kentucky, but
You thought
I
he was
just
going to
thought
be
he was-
11-1 at the time.
Yeah, I thought he was going to win 10 or 11
LT's
games.
got Kirby Smart, Mark Stoops, and Narduzzi. I've got Lane Kiffin, Mario Cristobal, and Luke Fickell. And Brown has 2 pay raises already. Mel Tucker, Jeff Trailer,
And who's my third?
little guy we like to. I only wrote down Franklin. I assume it's not Tony Franklin.
Oh, James Franklin.
We're going to say James Franklin.
Yes, sir. I am in great shape. Franklin hadn't even got his yet. He's either going to get a bunch to stay at Penn State or he's going to get the USC job. And I'm pulling for the USC job for 2 reasons. Lance doesn't want him, and it wins me the stakes.
Yeah, but Franklin, if they lose this week, he's 6-4. They're not even ranked.
It's James Franklin.
You think they're
in
going
for-
to give him a raise, though?
It's James Franklin. Give me a job that comes open that James Franklin's name doesn't get mentioned.
Well, again, because there's not a lot of candidates.
I know, but that's going to get him the raise at Penn State. Is what I need. Hey, listen, the holidays are rolling in. Nichols Outfitters is maybe the best opportunity you've got to get something you want this season. Best deals you'll ever find on Dometic coolers there at Nichols Outfitters. Some models up to 30% off. Take advantage. Get a girlfriend or a wife. Tell her this is what you want. Exit 242 in Pelham, or go to the store online right now, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6 in our next segment. We'll get to the games on the field, but one more NFL note before we take our first break. We'll make this our Ship Happens moment of the day because stuff does happen occasionally that just comes back and hits you in the face. Earlier this week, we were preached to by one person on the set about culture and attitude and how there's no bad apples that will ever play for the LA Rams anymore, right?
Look, Brown was here when the
I was
news
here when
broke.
the
I
news
was
broke.
the first to see it. It popped up on my phone, and I'm not going to use the language that I
The
used.
string of words that
I think
came
this
out.
is one of the worst mistakes in the Les Snead / Sean McVay era that they have ever made.
Can I just tell you?
And I want to offer you something. What did you pay for that ticket?
Well, I said I would arbitrate this. I'll be the arbitrator,
Wait,
Mr. Dunaway.
You're wanting to buy out my ticket I have in Vegas?
Mr. Dunaway, can you give us...
Odell Beckham Jr. is going to do nothing productive for this team.
That is not true. That is not true. I was about to
Oh,
tell
my
you.
gosh. Have you watched him? He
not-
sucks now.
He's going to play a small role, and he's embarrassed by what has happened in Cleveland, much like Antonio Brown was embarrassed. And Antonio Brown,
Are you embarrassed about what happened to the Giants too?
Yeah.
say that what?
What are you embarrassed about what happened to the Giants too?
No, when you get older and you realize, he cleared waivers. When you realize that, man, I have really, my ego has gotten in the way. And I'm not saying that Antonio Brown's going to be not going to be a bad apple again sometime, because eventually you get puffed back up again. But Antonio Brown got beat down so much. He was a contributor last year and has been a good part of the locker room in Tampa. And I think Odell could be a good part of the locker room in Los Angeles. He's not going to be Kupp. He's not going to be Robert
God.
Woods.
Dunaway, are
He
you
will-
hearing yourself?
He will contribute. He will contribute. I
His
promise
dad,
you.
2 weeks ago, was sending out video on how his son's not targeting. His son endorsed that.
Dunaway, he does not play small roles.
guy's a
This is
cancer.
where I disagree with you. Odell Beckham does not play small roles.
You tell me that his ego is any different than Antonio Brown's?
If possible, yes.
Well, I don't know how much different they are. Antonio Brown's a more talented player.
Okay, I will give you that.
Yeah.
And now, here he is in Tampa playing. I mean, he is playing on a roster. They're without Godwin and Antonio Brown this week, and they're not sweating it because they've got 3 guys nobody's ever heard of is going to go in and play. That's how deep their receiving room is. He's playing a role where some
he's
games
playing-
he only gets targeted one time.
He's playing with a quarterback that is Tom Brady, that has that respect, that demands it.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
look, Matt Stafford's a good quarterback, but he doesn't have the credibility of Tom Brady.
But I think your coach I think your coach is going to demand a certain thing out of him, and it's $4.25 million. Y'all are the LA Rams with all that money now.
And no draft picks.
If he comes in and he stinks it up in the locker room one time, he'll be out the door. He'll be out the door, and he'll know that. I know you don't like it, and I'm not playing a part here. That's why I mentioned I thought he would end up there. It's exactly what the franchise with the money should do when they're hosting the Super Bowl this year. When you're all in, you pick up one veteran piece. He and Von Miller are friends. I mean, maybe best friends. It's his best friend in the league. Those two can run together now. They can hang out together.
That's what we need.
They can be a counterbalance for each other.
He is a me guy, me. When he was one of the top 3 receivers, he was throwing the kicking net around because he wasn't getting the football on a possession.
It's so crazy over there on the Farmfolio chat room. There it is. John says the man made one crazy catch and thought he was Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
That is so true about Odell Beckham.
I mean, this is a major mistake. He's the 5th best option now on that offense.
Yeah.
5th best
but
option.
he will not play that game.
And
he won't.
I don't disagree with you.
But he won't handle that.
He won't play that game.
He will not. I'm just asking to buy your ticket back, and I'll even give you money on it just to get that jinx out.
Well, let's save that for later in the show if that is a real possibility. So more than face value.
Yeah, more than face
I
value.
volunteered to arbitrate this deal.
Wow, more than face value.
Yeah.
So you're making money. They're not going to win the Super Bowl.
Let's just start it this way.
At least gives me
Mr.
hope.
Dunaway,
I don't have them winning the Super Bowl. We don't have time to do it right now.
No, I'm just asking. How much do you pay for it?
I have to go look. I got the ticket with me, I think. I mean, so we could burn the ticket here today if you wanted to.
That may be good juju.
Well,
And by the way, good TV.
No. I'm not going to burn. I'm going to buy it from you.
He just wants to hold it. Well, I'll negotiate it. I'm the arbitrator.
Okay. Stay tuned. At some point today, I may sell a legally purchased ticket in Las Vegas for, I assume, legal money here on an internet
absolutely,
television show.
Yes, Mr. Dunaway. We're going to arbitrate this with legal tender.
All right. That's coming up a little bit later in the show. Part of our show being brought to you by Ship Happens. You're a Rams fan yesterday. If you want to ship some stuff out to help Odell move, you can do it with Ship Happens.
I hope they drive straight into the Pacific with him in it. In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
OBJ comments all over the Farmfolio chat room. We'll get back to those later. Nick nails it, though. Rams going to beat down the 49ers on Monday night. They got at least one more Monday night game after this week. A lot of Fox game of the weeks, the 325 kicks, Sunday night football. He wanted to go to a franchise that's in prime time, the most watched game. He's there now. He's going to be fine. We'll talk about the college game. Pick 6 time, Buffalo Wild Wings. You can call up 205-734-0923, 734-0923, or in the Farmfolio chat room. The big games of the weekend next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online gusfriedchicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online gusfriedchicken.com.
We'll do a negotiation later on, but I do have the ticket with me.
I've got the prices here. $50 was the cash value. You could win $362.
Yeah, but you still collect $412.
You do collect $412.
You got to add those together.
Thank you, Mr. Dunaway. I'm well aware of how the system works.
I don't know how good of an arbitrator you are.
Well, I don't know if you're figuring the math in, Dunaway. The $50, the $412 is because of the $50 you purchased the ticket.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I mean that's a dollar value, right? The $50 is a dollar value, so it ends up being a $412 that I would get back.
If my client gave you this amount of money in cash.
Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. We're going to do it in a segment later on.
Dunaway, you're flustering him,
get
Brown.
your underwear out of your butt.
Well, we got phone calls. We got sponsors to get to.
We've got 4 hours.
You're the one that teased it. Everyone likes to win every now and again. And with rates this low, buying a home with Mortgage Right, definitely a win. Mortgage interest rates recently hit their lowest point ever. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of this historic moment. Who knows how long these rates will last? If you've been thinking about purchasing or refinancing a home, now is the time to act. With locations in every corner of the nation, Mortgage Right can help. Make the most of these great market conditions. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that winning journey today.
On the Pepsi hotline, Caleb is up next with us over in Carrollton. Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
I wanted to say first, when me and my wife worked locally as truck drivers out of Vance, I listen to you guys every morning, and I tried to call in a couple of times a week, and I just found out this morning that you guys had this show on YouTube.
Fantastic.
And this is the first time I've listened in over a year. So, again, I've said it before. Thank you guys so much for all that you do, and I'm so happy that I'm able to listen to you guys again.
Well, that means a ton. All right, so we're 9-1 now. So, just make sure you got the proper time.
Yeah, and tell your friends. Look, we appreciate you finally finding us, but let people know we appreciate it.
And if you don't know, if you've only got us on YouTube, you can also has an easy downloaded app. You can take it around anywhere you go as well.
We'll do that. So I was going to ask about the LSU job. I've heard everything from Jimbo Fisher, and I've heard Jimbo Fisher's not coming. Then I heard Mel Tucker. I think Mel Tucker's fine at Michigan State. I don't think he's going to leave there. I heard a guy the other day say Deion Sanders. I don't think Deion Sanders has enough head coaching experience to qualify at LSU. What are you guys hearing, and what do you think? Who do you think is going to take that job?
Boy, I wish Deion Sanders would.
Well,
I've never heard that. I think that would be about a 1 in a million.
Well, I want to make sure you're clear because Deion Sanders apparently actually interviewed already for the TCU job. So, I mean, he may have been mentioned for LSU. I haven't heard it, but I know he's interviewed for the TCU job. Dunaway, was it Pete Thamel you said yesterday?
Pete Thamel and others say that it is Jimbo Fisher until Jimbo Fisher convinces Scott Woodward that he 100% isn't coming. Scott Rabelais, who covers LSU, also I believe is on Feinbaum yesterday or 2 days ago, and he writes as well in his corner of the world that it is Jimbo Fisher until it's not Jimbo Fisher. And then they will go to a couple of other, as many as 5 people are on the list, including Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma, which would be another big fish that it fits the Scott Woodward DNA of what he would go after. Lincoln Riley missed a media opportunity on Wednesday, and everything was circulating that he was meeting with LSU. He did not tell people what his personal matter was that he was attending to, but did not say he said it wasn't the LSU job. But Lincoln Riley's mentioned, Luke Fickell is mentioned, and Jimbo Fisher, though, seems to be Scott Woodward's number one target, according to Scott Rabelais and Pete Thamel, 2 guys who cover these kind of things.
Yeah, look, and I would be surprised if Jimbo took this job, but you're starting to hear these stories like, Nick Saban and Terry Saban are shopping for houses in Austin, Texas years ago. And, John Gruden's got land in Knoxville. I don't know what kind of stories you guys have heard, but I've heard, there's a certain athlete playing for a team and they know the ins and outs of what's going on at LSU and what's going on at Texas A&M, and 100% it's a done deal. Jimbo Fisher is coming to LSU. I don't buy it. I don't know why you would leave A&M to go to LSU because there's a lot more pressure at LSU.
There is, but Caleb, one reason that Scott Rabelais points out that Texas coming into the SEC in the future makes Texas A&M again not unique in the state of Texas. It gives Texas, which always has, whether it's political or just straight up finances, a strong hand over Texas A&M. It's the old big brother little brother syndrome, and since they came to the SEC, they sort of had something Texas didn't have. Now that the Longhorns are coming to the SEC, the belief is that will impact A&M's ability to recruit in Texas. And there is something, Caleb, I appreciate the call. There's something, Caleb, that at least Scott Rabelais believes that Jimbo would find comforting, knowing that he would not ever be in the shadow of another school in his state that you would get at Louisiana State University.
But Texas has got to get coach right, and we don't know if they've got coach right now. I think A&M's got the better facilities, or at least they're on their way to having the better facilities. For the first time in the history of that program, they're about to have the number 1 recruiting class.
Yep.
So, if you're Jimbo, I just don't know why. Maybe he will ultimately take that LSU job. I just don't know why he'd do it.
Yeah. No, it comes down, Brown, is the relationship with Scott Woodward. How important are relationships?
I mean, they're important. And this is going back, like, I don't know if you guys fondly drive through the old neighborhood that you used to live in or you grew up in.
Yeah.
And you're like, God, there were a lot of good memories in this neighborhood. I've got a better house now, but this is you going back to that neighborhood, and they've torn down a lot of the old houses and built new ones. And you're like, man, I've got a lot of fond memories, and look at our old house. They have renovated this thing, and it looks great. I mean, since he left there, it's a different program, LSU is. But I know you're still living in a nice house. You're living in a nice house, but there's some appeal to that neighborhood.
Yeah.
That could be what's going on here.
Yeah, but the other thing is there's a lot of eviction notes that get dropped at that old house.
They do. That's the thing. Like, the house has been foreclosed on a couple times. Something might be going on.
So, if I'm Jimbo, as long as I continue to do what I'm going to do, God, it's got another raise.
Yeah. Oh, and there is nothing wrong with the Texas A&M job. And it would be hard for me to imagine leaving Texas A&M for LSU unless it comes down to that relationship that started when Jimbo was at LSU and Scott Woodward was at LSU doing a different job back during the Nick Saban days. And if you really like that and you really like working for that guy, if that's why you left Florida State to go to Texas A&M was to be with that guy, and then that guy leaves to go to LSU, which is his school, and you want to just work for that guy, you trust that guy, then maybe that's why it happens. And people who cover it say until it's not Jimbo Fisher, they will always think it's Jimbo Fisher. So we'll see as that plays out. It'll be interesting to see when that happens, right? Because if you're LSU and you're USC, you jump into this water pretty quickly early in the season. It doesn't mean you have to wait now until January 1. I mean, once we're through the regular season, and if your team's not playing in a conference championship game and has no shot at the playoffs, I mean, we're talking we could be 3 weeks away from LSU and USC having a new coach.
Yeah, I think if you're Jimbo Fisher, you wait till you get another loss. I mean, right now everything's still in front of you.
Yeah, that early signing period has changed everything, though. To your point,
that's right.
Yeah,
I mean, Jim Mora Jr. I know it's way off the stage we're talking about, but he takes over head coaching duties on November 28th because he wants to be out there recruiting.
Right.
There are people like if you're going to leave a place, Penn State, Cincinnati, Texas A&M, wherever you're going to leave to go somewhere else, Oregon, you want to do it quick because we're now under 6 weeks away from National Signing Day.
But if I'm an LSU fan and I hear two names, Jimbo Fisher and Lincoln Riley, I am praying Jimbo stays at A&M.
Yeah, you would prefer Lincoln. People in the Farmfolio chat room, we at least I didn't. I assume you guys were not tracking planes on Tuesday and Wednesday. Tommy Firestick, love the name. Y'all remember the plane tracking when Saban was hired? Well, it started for LSU. Oklahoma plane got tracked going to New Orleans Tuesday, I believe, for what it's worth. John says Lincoln to LSU? Question mark.
Well, I mean, is he allowed to use? I guess he's got private use of the plane.
Yeah.
But boy, I'm pissed off if I'm one of those trustees that I own that plane and he's taking my plane to interview for another job.
Well, let me tell you what fueled the fire is Lincoln Riley missed a couple of media availabilities, and he has come back and said it was a personal matter. And said, I know all the stories you guys are way overblowing. It's just a personal matter that caused me to miss this.
Absolutely.
One of us should have taken Lincoln Riley.
I know.
Yeah. No, I don't think any of us do. I was trying to think if Lincoln Riley had a selection in our state bet that was going on. John's right. I mean, the way this coaching carousel, when you have a job like USC and LSU works, it does shake up things. And if Lincoln were to go to USC or LSU, you got to think the job he's doing in Knoxville, the first call Oklahoma makes is to Josh Heupel.
Well, he's the favorite son, but man, he has not, to me, he's not done enough as a head coach for me to hand him the Oklahoma job. That said, neither had Lincoln Riley.
That's
and
right.
It worked. But
he's done what Josh Heupel. I mean, Heupel would have more head coaching experience.
Gosh, yes,
yeah. Interesting stuff. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6 in our next segment now. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill, if you've got a mess when you wake up, sometimes you got to call somebody. Make it a good friend of the show, Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to pick up the phone and call the team at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, they are the ones I trust to fix it right the first time. They always do it at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Trip in the Farmfolio chat room. Wasn't Lincoln just recruiting Arch Manning? Probably so, Trip. But that doesn't stop the those people that want to believe something is happening. They wouldn't put 2 and 2 together like that. It's not as interesting of a story as a great quarterback school like Oklahoma recruiting the number 1 quarterback prospect. That doesn't fit the fire of a college football fan. Football tonight, number 5 Cincinnati, speaking of Luke Fickell, on the road in Tampa to play USF, South Florida. 5 o'clock early kick, ESPN 2. In that game, Cincinnati's more than a 3-touchdown favorite. If you're looking for anything to upset the apple cart, this isn't the game. But my question to you is this the kind of game that Cincinnati's got to start building some style points? Because they've sort of had this game the last 3 weeks and sort of been pretty flat in them.
Well, you would have thought that last week against Tulsa, and they were leading 14-0 after a quarter, and you thought that this is where we're going to get the style points. Fickle says style points don't matter. Desmond Ritter's saying style points don't matter. They need to start believing style points are going to matter down the stretch.
If you can't get them against South Florida, you can't get them against anyone.
A problem here is Jerome Ford. One of the better running backs in college football. Alabama fans will remember the name. He has been dominant. He got hurt last week against Tulsa. He's questionable, so nobody knows whether or not he's going to play. Your second leading rusher right now is Desmond Ridder. When you start to look at South Florida, as bad as they've been under Jeff Scott, they played extremely well last week against Houston, only lost by a possession. So now does this become another one of those games where South Florida is able to get up for the Cincinnati brand, and it goes down to the wire?
That will be something to watch tonight, and USF used to be one of those teams that had these great athletes, but as you guys are pointing out, one of the worst teams you've seen all year. But sometimes it takes in a transition late in the year to sort of find a groove. Maybe the Bulls found that last night.
They put 42 on Houston last week, for whatever that's worth.
And I think if I know the Cincinnati schedule is next week, the big SMU game.
Yes, it is. So they got an extra day for that one.
Yeah, so they got a little work to do. That's what you're watching tonight. Cincinnati and South Florida, 5:00 ESPN2. Two teams that are used to winning, not having their type of year, 5-4 each. Wyoming and Boise State tonight on the blue turf, 8:00 on FS1. LT called it back when we were doing our 30 for 30, our 40 and 40, our preseason countdown. I think it was 30 and 30, wasn't it? It was 30 and 30.
Really can't remember.
Yeah, our 30 and 30 in the preseason countdown. And he made Boise radio for his comments that it was going to be a year where Boise would fight to get bowl eligible. They're 5-4, and in a tough game tonight, trying to get bowl eligible.
Well, it is a tough game. They should win this game, but they've still got to go to San Diego State. So I think they end up 7-5, but 7-5 by Boise standards, that's a terrible year.
I think that's exactly what you said in the preseason, that they would be 7-5, and people in Boise were a little shocked at your comment because you nailed their slow start, which they had. You said they would get off to a 1-4, 2-3 like start.
It was a tough schedule. I thought Central Florida was going to be much better than they were or are right now. They ended up losing that game on the road. Then they lost to Oklahoma State, who's a really good team. And that was a controversial loss, too. And I just wonder if they would have won both of those games, how different this season is. They lost to Nevada and Carson Strong, really good quarterback, and they've lost to Air Force. Those are it's not bad losses at all. Right. It's just tough schedule.
Yeah, just a tough schedule for Boise. So that's an entertaining game tonight. Wyoming and Boise State on the blue turf. A couple of college football games. Basketball back at it tonight. Alabama, Auburn, and UAB all back home. Game 2s of the season. South Dakota State unbeaten in Tuscaloosa, 7:00. La Monroe in Auburn, 7:00. And down at Bartow, the revival continues with Morehead State and UAB, Andy Kennedy's bunch, at 6:00. 6:00 down at Bartow. All right. Football in the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Farmfolio. Brown, they give us the chat room over there where everyone is talking about the coaching carousel, as it always dominates our chat boards when we start talking about it.
If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio too, into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
John Parker Wilson at the top of the hour. And Forrester, I sent him last week. I have gotten the Halloween band uniform John Parker Wilson pictures, and
they're good.
We will bring those up so you can see them coming up at the top of the hour. With John Parker Wilson. But right now it is time for our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. Tell us about Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings, and then Rockstar will hit the song.
Everybody excited about the weekends, and the place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. 8 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area. Almost 20-year service right here in the market, serving up the absolute best sports and atmosphere and wings around. They've also got remodeled locations, the original Highway 150, one right there on Highway 280. They're beautiful wall-to-wall TVs, and 2 new locations coming late 2021, Chelsea and Oxford. And don't forget about that Buffalo Wild Wings app. You can download it right now and get that takeout all weekend long.
Pick six, time for the pick six. For you and six, for me that equals a pick six. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick six. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick six.
6 games for you at nextroundlive.com, and you can, throughout the show, call us at the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923, or jump in and chat about the games. One of the early ones that you can pick right now is the 11 a.m. Central game, Oklahoma and Baylor. This with major college football playoff implications for the Sooners here. And if I say first blush at this game, is this a trouble point, a hot spot for the Sooners trying to stay unbeaten?
Well, it could be because Baylor's a really talented team. Now, the thing I would say, Baylor 8th nationally running the football, 231 rushing yards per game. In my matchup yesterday, talked about the fact that Oklahoma – in 7 of their 9 games, have given up less than 128 rushing yards. So Alex Grinch has got this rush defense dialed in. Also want to throw this out. I don't know if you guys realize this. The last time Oklahoma lost a game in the month of November, and November is typically when teams blow opportunities to go to playoffs.
They usually have lost earlier. Whatever the traditional month is, Kansas State, they play them.
It seems like that's always September or October.
Yeah.
Their last November loss.
I'm going to say the last time they lost Bedlam.
I was going to say that. Is it the one time that Gundy's won Bedlam? Or I think he's won twice in Bedlam.
Yeah,
so it was his last Bedlam win.
2011.
It was, 2011.
No, I mean,
a decade ago.
Well, I know, but they play well in November.
2014. I thought that was impressive. It's been 7 years since
that's impressive.
Who was it? Do you remember?
I don't, but they've won 23 consecutive November games. Lincoln Riley has never lost a November game.
Yeah, so all the way back to Bob Stoops, the last time he lost one.
Yeah,
wow.
And now they are 1-4 against the number against Lincoln Riley is against Baylor. So I think it's a tricky spot for Oklahoma, but I think Oklahoma finds a way to win this game.
I like Oklahoma too, Brown. Baylor is one of those teams, though, that at home, they're unbeaten this year in Waco.
Confusing defense is what I've read. That's one of the reasons a lot of people think Caleb Williams, that Dave Aranda will give him the most complicated defensive looks he's seen this season, and that is one reason a lot of people think Baylor could pull this upset. You know, from my upset alert, I like the fact that Oklahoma doesn't defend the pass particularly well. I think Baylor will be able to throw the ball, which will open up the run game. They'll have some success offensively against Alex Grinch's defense. So that's why I like Baylor in this game.
This all of a sudden becomes Oklahoma's best win this year, right? If they get this.
Yes, absolutely it does.
I mean, I don't know what that best win is right now. We said Kansas State, I guess.
Yep, it's their only good win, really, Jim.
Yeah, this would be by far their best win. And if you're looking to grab Baylor, grab the points here, and feel a little confident about it, you mentioned Baylor's undefeated at home this year. Baylor's also 5-0 against the number at home this year.
Very important. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6. We'll do our next game in a second. But remember, you don't ever have to play. If you haven't played the first 10 weeks, that's fine. You can jump on today, nextroundlive.com. Play if you're in first place at the end of the 6 picks. You go into our championship round, which is week 13. So this is the next to last regular season outing you have to try to get into our championship round coming up in week 13. Part of our show today also being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. Man, I had a chance to open up that silver box yesterday and got quality bourbon glasses on the inside. They were so awesome from Bromberg's. I had to have a bourbon last night sitting at the house.
Well, they've got that extensive giftware department. And they've got a lot of different things down there. You need to go check it out. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're looking for a great gift this holiday season, if you're looking to pop the question, they are your diamond specialists. Stop by one of those 2 locations, or you can shop online. Go to Brombergs.com.
John Parker Wilson in a second, but more of the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6. Michigan and Penn State, one of the games you got to play here. Skinny number in Happy Valley, and you just have a feeling it's going to be a chilly day. It's going to be a good Big Ten atmosphere there. 2 guys. I mean, this has been the whiteout game before in prime time. Obviously, it's an 11 a.m., not a whiteout game. They did that with Auburn. I'm looking forward to this one.
Let me ask you this question, Lance. Do you have any idea how good James Franklin is against top 10 teams?
He is 2-12 outright.
Do you have any idea how good Jim Harbaugh is against unranked teams?
I know he's 2-9 in his career in road games between ranked teams. So I don't know what gives here.
Yeah, I really don't. I mean, I guess technically Penn State's not ranked. I don't even really know how to figure this one out because it's two coaches that don't feel like they're very good in these situations.
Yeah, and I think these teams are pretty equivalent.
I agree.
I give the quarterback edge to Sean Clifford and Penn State. I give the defense edge a little bit to Penn State. Michigan can run the football much better, but Blake Corum's got a leg injury. Much like I talked about Jerome Ford for Cincinnati tonight, it's kind of an unknown whether or not Corum will play. That leaves the burden, everything, the load on Haskins tomorrow. I don't know. I think it's going to be a really good game right now. Again, it's at 11 o'clock. I'm not going to touch it. Very superstitious on these 11 o'clocks. I lean Penn State wins this game, though.
Best quarterback play could be the deciding factor in this one. Cade McNamara threw the ball really well against Michigan State. Now, we've learned Michigan State's not very good at pass defense.
That's their weakness. Yeah.
Penn State's pretty good at the pass defense. Their secondary is really good, so that can be a problem there.
If I just asked you guys the coach you trust most in this game.
Yeah.
Ryan Day.
There was a minute.
I'll tell you, Brent Pry, the defensive coordinator at Penn State. That's the coach I most trust in this entire situation.
But there was a time that you guys will give me. Both of these coaches were
viewed as
they were top 10 coaches.
They were
solidified as top 10 coaches.
I don't trust either head coach.
Yeah, and they may be still considered right there at the end of the top 10 coaches. As Brown says, Franklin's mentioned all the time for an opening. Buffalo Wild Wings pick six. We'll do it again throughout the show. Brought to you by B-Dubs.
Yeah, remember 8 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area. Also new locations coming soon, both Chelsea and Oxford. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. And don't forget about the Takeout app. It's available right now, the Buffalo Wild Wings app. Get it, download it, order this weekend.
And a AU fan going 6-0 against the spread is really hard any year, especially this year. I don't understand how so many people keep doing it every week. We are knocking off 6, 8, 10 6-0s every week. That's how good the audience is in a AU fan. That's how good our listeners and viewers are. When we come back, John Parker Wilson out of the band uniform next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I mean, you guys, your words hurt.
Jim, you can't deny this, and I think even Rockstar would notice this. This is in a way a compliment to Dunaway. Rockstar, do you think, I'm just going to ask you this question based on the conversation we just had in the break. Do you think Dunaway does more homework now on picks?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't even finish the sentence before Rockstar said
well,
yes.
I mean, there is a real financial price that I pay when I lose. But I still make extraordinarily dumb picks, like trying to pick every playoff team. I've got to get every one of them right. I still throw that out every year. I'm still as much fun as I used to be. I still do things like Jimbo Fisher will win a national championship before people land on Mars. Yeah. I mean, we have some crazy ones out there.
I should not have said you're not as fun as you used to be.
Well, those are the ones that hurt.
So that's the words I said, and that was an overstatement by me. But Rockstar, I mean, Rockstar's even noticed it. You study it more.
We don't get your natural instinct.
That is not true. I do a lot of natural instinct picks.
My favorite.
I really wished I'd have taken Pitt last night. That was my instinct. I forgot to bring it back up. I liked Pitt before I even looked at anything. And if I'd
I
looked
wish you would have, because they would have lost the toss.
I loved the other way. Love the way you think I influence things. You're about to give me more than $50 to buy this ticket from me.
Yep.
Somewhere between $50 and $412 because you think that I somehow influence the world.
You live in your world for years. You tell me.
I think I impact your world mostly because you believe in me.
That is probably one of the best sentences I've ever heard.
That really was an amazing
because
sentence.
you believe in me.
Yes, I impact your world mostly because you believe in me. I don't even know what you're saying.
That is exactly the way
We've got incredible Dunaway landmines that we can't even bring up on the air.
That is the way cults begin.
Yes, it is, yeah.
I impact your world the most because you believe in me.
Now have this Kool-Aid.
It's crazy.
Hey, speaking of cults,
let me tell you that our headlines are brought to you by our friends at Truckworks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer. They're now hiring, and they are looking for awesome people who want to join their team. All you have to do is go to the website truckworks.com, works with an X, truckworks.com. Hit the Join Our Team tab, and you could join the team. 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. Just a great place to work. Doesn't matter your experience level. They will train you and get you plugged into their team where you fit the most. Change your career. Find a new way to enjoy life with our friends at truckworks.com. That's works with an X, truckworks.com. You were going to say.
It's not really a cult, but I just envision a Southern Baptist preacher. Gus Malzahn has told 96.9 The Game down in Florida. You know, he's got that fractured right tibia that he injured celebrating a big play. He broke his tibia celebrating a play.
Did he throw the crutches down in the studio?
Like he's been healed, like they had a healing service. He says he'll be using a raised platform during Saturday's road game at SMU. He's going to coach the game from a raised platform.
So is this what Booger used to be on?
That's what I was about to say. It is going to be the sideline mobile. He's going to go up and down the sideline.
Can you believe we used to put a guy on a platform over the sideline to do Monday Night Football? What kind of sense did that make? But Malzahn is going to be on I don't know what it'll look like. I just envision a built stage on the sideline like he's a Baptist preacher.
No. It's going to be some kind of device that moves up and down the field.
So like a scissor lift, and
maybe
he's on the road now. You got to remember this.
Did we change the sky cam?
Is the fear somebody, you get a tackle on sideline and it takes him out?
No, he wants to, and he wants to still call plays. But so he's got to move up and down the field. Why don't he become the guy who shoots camera 5? Gus is on the camera. He's on that little thing. They drive him around, and he just calls plays from the camera.
It reminds me.
Tighter Gus. You don't want it too tight. I'm about to do a whoop-de-doo reverse pass.
We gotta hurry up.
I'm trying to
because they're being so protective, it does remind me of one of the great landmines when you bet against your team, the Tampa Bay Bucks, the Saints. It was one of those instinctive bets without you looking and doing all your research. And not only did your Bucks run the New Orleans Saints, they also ran Sean Payton over and blew his knee that game.
Blew his knee out. Yep, I remember that. John Parker Wilson in a meeting with John Mechie right now. We'll get to him in just a second.
Unplanned.
Bobby Carpenter a little bit later on, and more of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. Our show is being brought to you in part by our friends at the Standifer Insurance Agency.
Hey, listen, you got to have insurance. That's a given, right? You may as well get the best value you can, and my guy Jessup Standifer can help you with that. He helped me, 664-3200, 664-3200. Get your coverages and what you pay each month and have those ready and get an insurance checkup. Give them your coverages and what you pay. See if they can save for you the way they save for me. 664-3200 for the Standifer Insurance Agency online, StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Can we laugh at John Parker even though he's not here?
Yeah.
Do we have the picture yet, Forrester, of John Parker Wilson dressed for Halloween? There you go. Our viewers are seeing this right now. That's his lovely wife.
She's that much shorter than him?
Yeah, she's short. Tyler, I think, is like 4'11", 5 feet.
I didn't know Tyler was that much shorter than
Was
JP.
Tyler a cheerleader?
She was.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's got some good-looking Jordans on.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, but that is a legit $1 million band, marching band uniform. Tyler and John Parker Wilson dressed for Halloween, and just a great costume.
We got to get him some different beer, though.
I was disappointed in the hat choice.
They didn't go with the feathered hat
on. I wonder if they had the hats or not. I like that.
That's good.
That's a cape. When's the last time you wore a cape?
I don't know.
It's been months.
Last time I marched.
I kept tripping on it.
Okay, I'm going to throw out some just college football stuff. You guys react to this, okay? And we'll get to John Parker Wilson eventually, getting ready for Week 11 of college football. Wake in trouble this weekend? Yes or no? You think Wake Forest is in trouble this weekend?
I think Wake is in trouble this weekend. Yeah, I think this NC State defense is really good.
That's what I was going to say. Compared to the other North Carolina they played last week, the Tar Heels, the Wolfpack defense, light years ahead of that defense, right?
Yeah, I just wonder if anybody can slow Wake Forest down, though. They've scored 170 points in their last 3 games, which is almost 57 points per game. That's the most any 3-game span in school history for Wake Forest.
And you've got to ignore the outcome of North Carolina-Wake Forest last week as it pertains to the ACC standings. This is actually a huge game in the Atlantic because Wake is still undefeated. That was a non-conference game. But if NC State wins this game, obviously they'll hold the head-to-head tiebreaker. You could have NC State going to the ACC championship.
But this game is a virtual pick, and I will say this. Against ranked opponents under Dave Clawson, they're 14-5 against the number. Dave Clawson's really good in these spots.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, NC State They're in the rankings at number 16 as they slide in there. So a battle of number 12 and number 16, basically for the division championship. It's part of the games happening in week 11. So too is Alabama. And we talked to our buddy John Parker Wilson now.
He is on the Pepsi hotline. We just showed you the photo of he and his beautiful wife dressed as $1 Million Band marchers. JP, that was a fantastic Halloween costume.
It's pretty good, wasn't it? It's going to be tough to top next year. But, man, get so much respect now for these guys. It took us like 20 minutes to use the restroom. So it was a lot of moving parts underneath that thing.
You ever been able to play any kind of instrument at all?
No, absolutely not. After like my rookie year, I bought a guitar and I was like, all right, I'm gonna learn how to play this thing. Got a lot of free time in the off season. So I can say I've got a lot. Rockstar, I got so much respect for anybody that can play a guitar because, man, I got no chance. It's impossible for me.
It's all, you got to stick with it, man. You got to get those calluses. Those first 4 months are awful.
Oh, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad.
Because you want to play immediately, but you get so frustrated. Most people quit. You just got to stick with it. Just got to stick with it.
It was, I enjoy watching. I enjoy spectating now. It's, and I've got a new appreciation, really. I mean, to be able to do all that and sing, and I mean, it's my brain doesn't work like that. So I'm a fan. Let's keep it at that.
You were a freaking quarterback in college. You were able to get all the women you needed. Don't try to play guitar. Save that for the average people that were not quarterbacks. Let them be able to get some dates too, John Parker.
I know, but I mean, being able to play the guitar, man, it's just like the coolest thing ever. But I don't have that gene. I really don't.
I think next year for Halloween, you should go as yourself, black out at Georgia, and y'all go as a Daniel Moore painting. She goes as, was it Julio that caught the ball?
Julio.
Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all could walk around and do those poses all night long.
I like it.
Her toe tapping back in the end zone. Yeah.
I'll get her some like real foot. My wife is tiny. I mean, she's like 5 foot. So I'll get her some like real football pads. That's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
I was thinking though of me, Tupac, her, Biggie. I don't know where we can go with that.
I like how she's Biggie.
Yeah.
She'll love that.
I can help you out, by the way. I can technically advise on that.
I'm gonna need some tips on that, especially the tattoo. How'd you do the tattoos?
Full disclosure, you can order a Tupac tattoo starter kit online. You can get anything online, JP.
Amazon, gotta love it. I know.
Yep.
I gotta love it. That's smart though.
Hey, your first signature moment was the blackout win at Georgia. Before we talk Alabama football, Georgia is going to play at Tennessee this weekend, and Tennessee announced all black uniforms yesterday. They're going with their blackout. As a guy who plays in the game, when you hear the other team is doing an alternate uniform in a big game, what's your initial thought?
It's, I don't think you think about it much. It's probably like, well, why are you trying so hard, right? We never did it. Obviously, I don't think we'll ever do it. Change the uniforms for Alabama, but it's like, well, why do you need to change? I think that's probably like the mentality of Alabama fans, though, is like, well, we know what we're going to do every week, and you just show up and play. So I get it. It's fun. It looks great. The recruits love it. You sell more jerseys. So as a player, though, it doesn't matter. That's kind of the last thing we think about. It doesn't reek of
desperation. It doesn't reek of desperation.
A little bit, and that's like, why are you trying so hard? Like, why do you need to do this? Why do you need to change up your uniforms every week? But some schools do it. I love how Alabama and Auburn and I guess Georgia changes up their uniforms. But I just like the classics, like Alabama, Notre Dame. In Notre Dame, like when they change it up, it's terrible. The green and all that stuff. Penn State, keep it the same. I mean, they look good. These uniforms look good. You don't need to do anything to them.
Hey, back to that blackout game, the infamous Scott Cochran quote. Do you remember hearing that out loud?
I do remember hearing out loud because it was. I think we were like, well, I was a little aggressive. I liked it though. But that's the way he was, and we all loved it, and you feed off of it, and I mean, I think though, you talk about the other uniforms, like we use that week, obviously, and I think even it was probably like a Monday or Tuesday, and we're seeing these clips later on the week, and it's kind of like, all right, we gotta go on up to this now. Let's go do it. But I think it does give the other team like something to talk about. So the coaches something extra instead of, hey, this is a SEC East rival. We got a big game. Tennessee's doing really good, scoring points right now. Just it's it's another thing that the coaches can talk about and use it, Friday night in the hotels before you go to bed or Saturday before you run out of the tunnel.
John Parker Wilson is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Bama, New Mexico State, 11 o'clock SEC Network. You've had a bye week, so this isn't like a rest-up week, I guess. What can you get out of a game against New Mexico State at this point in the schedule?
Well, I think at this point for Alabama, it's trying to keep what we got going on defense. Showed up freaking huge last week against LSU. Had to have them. Offense didn't have their fastball, and our defense really saved us. And I think on defense, you just try to keep that energy, because that to me has been probably the biggest difference. Is you've seen guys like flying around the ball and just playing with a lot of passion. But I think on offense, I think this game comes at a really good time. We struggled massively last week on the offensive line with 6 rushing yards, with a few sacks on Bryce. So I think you try to kind of get back to where we were. Use this as a game where we can focus on fundamentals and execution and going out there and getting ready for 2 more SEC games after this. So it's kind of getting back to where we were on offense. And I think this game comes at a perfect time. You can just go out and focus on yourself and say, hey, we've got to improve. We've got 3 games left this season that we know about. We got to get better. And I think these guys have been challenged up front, and, we got to have them. This team is not going to be a team that just drops back and throws it 50 times a game. They need to be able to run the ball. They need to stay balanced. Brian has had a good year up to last game. And I think we saw how big of an injury it was when the center goes out. Right tackle has to come in at center, who hadn't really practiced that much probably all year at that position. And then I think the right tackle played pretty good, but it's just that cohesiveness and being able to pick up different blitzes and different studs up front from the defensive line. That's tough. So you got to work at it and you got to get better at it.
If I put number of players to throw a football for Alabama, the over-under this weekend at 2.5, would you go over or under? I'd go over. I think you got to go out and take care of business. And then in these games, Coach Saban does not like to run up the score. He likes to get out and try to develop the younger guys, get out with injuries. But I think in this also, we've seen when they come in, Milroe's thrown a touchdown pass now. Tyson's thrown the ball. He's thrown the ball 7 times. Milroe only 2. So this is a chance to get these guys in the game. So if they do play later this year or next year, that they've got some, real game experience.
Isn't this what we missed last year with the all-SEC schedule, the ability to, play these players in games like this? And there's a part of growth of getting into the game that we missed last year, right? Totally. Not many guys played last year with nothing but SEC games. You hear Coach Saban, probably one of his biggest themes is it's not about getting 5-star recruits or the best recruiting class in the country. It's really about developing the guys. And you can do it during practice, and practices are very intense. But when you get out there on the field, there's no coaches standing next to you like there is at practice. There's no, okay, we can repeat this play if we don't do it well. This is real stuff out here. There's no replicating that in practice. You try to during scrimmages, you try to during practice, but when you get out there and there's 100,000 people, the coaches are on the sidelines, there's 3 timeouts, so you don't want to burn any of them. It's different. It's different mentally than it is during practice.
All right, 11 o'clock, SEC Network. You can hear John Parker Wilson, Eli, Chris Stewart, the entire gang there for New Mexico State, Alabama, starting at 8 a.m. on the Crimson Tide Sports Network throughout the South. JP, thanks a lot. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Thank you, guys. You too.
All right, take care. John Parker Wilson with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
A couple of injuries of note. You heard him talk about Darian Dalcourt, a day-to-day situation. If you've got an ankle sprain, usually you take the week and get healthy. We'll see how much, if he plays at all. Brandon Council is good to go, according to Brian Harsin, for Auburn in that big game with Mississippi State. We'll jump into that game coming up after Rockstar's viewing menu in our next segment. That injury report is from the college ranks, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. So, too, in the NFL, where Russell Wilson says he's close to 100% and he wants to play this weekend.
Yeah, I hope he does play, and that could be an interesting game in Lambeau Field. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away? Maybe you tweaked a joint. Being a weekend warrior, Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health can't wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Joseph in the Farmfolio chat room. I remember I drank 18 Budweisers during that blackout game. Good times. 18 Budweisers, that'll be a blackout game against anybody.
I'm surprised he can remember that. He remembers the number.
The first time I ever played beer pong was at that blackout game.
It was? First time ever? Were you good at it?
I don't really remember. I don't know. I haven't played it a bunch.
Then you were. All right.
Do you get drunk if you're bad or drunk if you're good?
No, you're right. You're right. It'd be,
if he doesn't remember, that means he was no good.
The other person.
I think everybody's drinking.
That's what's bad about drinking games, or hard about drinking games, is you're sitting there playing. Even if you win, you're drinking anyway. You want to keep drinking, so it doesn't matter if you win or lose.
It's true.
Yeah. It's great.
Great advice, Jim.
Put that on a T-shirt. Doesn't matter if you win or lose.
You got 2 today. What was the other one? My God.
Because you
love me?
know me, you trust me, or something.
Because you trust me, or something.
I forget what it is now.
So good.
When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a first look at Auburn, Mississippi State on this Friday show of the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here for the next round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
This hour of the next round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover. The next round presented by Bud Light, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, high atop the Blue Lake Center. Foggy this morning on my right end.
Yeah,
was it still foggy for you guys?
Yeah. I went out for a run this morning, and it was like, I mean, literally could see from me to the hallway right there. It was crazy how foggy it was.
Do they still have that? Is there a clothing brand still London Fog?
London Fog. I used to have the jacket that it had the straps on the shoulder. Was that London Fog?
No, that was members only.
Members only, that's right.
You remember?
I was.
Damn.
I was a member.
I never was a member, but, it came back in with Stranger Things. So, Jack, we got him a members only for Christmas. So, it came back around. But London Fog, I wonder if they're completely out of business.
I only had London Fog. There was a trench coat one time. I had a trench coat. Not even a beige trench coat. It was an olive trench coat that I wore in my TV days in Lexington. And I remember going to the really cold playoff game, Bengals and Oilers in Cincinnati. And I wore a sweater and my London Fog olive green trench coat and froze. I couldn't even do my stand-up. I was so cold.
Don't you wish you would have had Instagram from back then where we could have Forrester pull that up, where we could just check that picture out?
No, it would have been horrible. It didn't have any lining in it. It was basically to keep the rain off of my sweater.
Is that it? Look.
It was a little lighter than that, and that's warmer.
Your standard trench coat right there. Yeah,
that's a warmer one. This was more of a plastic look. More of just a rain repellent.
Yeah.
And I remember being so cold that I could not even say, in Cincinnati, I couldn't even say anything. My tongue was so frozen.
Was Boomer the quarterback then?
Boomer was the quarterback then. And I want to say it was Warren Moon.
Yeah.
It was a cold game there in Cincinnati. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. They bring you Rockstar's viewing menu every day.
Yeah, memorable sports moments by our friend Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or check out that great work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
First question is, has there been a series lately that you've tapped out of? Speaking of tonight, there's a new episode of Morning Show. Tapped out. It's episode 2.
You tapped out a morning show?
Episode 2.
Oh, I thought it's been a really good season.
It may have been, but we couldn't. I remember episode 2 was just so long and dragged.
Episode 2 of season 1?
Season 2.
Oh, season 2.
Yeah, roommates. Behind Ted Lasso, Morning Show's her favorite.
Yeah, Ted Lasso's the one I tapped out of.
Yeah, but the only one I tapped out of was Made. I watched the first couple of episodes, and I thought it was good, but...
It's a good show. It drags, though. It's very depressing.
I'll tell you, Dope Sick. If you hadn't got it, I'm
you
caught up.
Netflix is a new movie that premieres tonight. Netflix original, Red Notice. Action thriller starring the 3 GOATs, Dwayne Johnson, Ryan Reynolds, and Gal Gadot, coming together for some kick-ass fun.
Okay, I'm just going to guess Rotten Tomatoes is going to give that a 46.
I was going to say 68.
Red Notice.
68? Yes.
68%.
Oh, wow.
I'll go 46.
And premiering tonight on Apple Plus, movie The Shrink Next Door.
I saw this last night in the Dolphins game. They ran a commercial for it.
How a seemingly normal dynamic between a charming psychiatrist and a longtime patient morphs into an exploitive relationship filled with manipulation, power grabs, and dysfunction, starring Will Ferrell and the sexiest man alive, Paul Rudd.
But it looks like Will Ferrell isn't playing like
it's a
old school Will Ferrell. He's trying to do his Bill Murray in Lost in Translation, basically.
The thing that threw me off about that is the trailer was so short, and you think they would give you a little bit more if they thought it was going to be good?
Well, said it's based on true events.
I've seen an extended trailer of that, some clips on my Apple. Does
it look good?
Some first looks. It looks like, at least from the trailer, that he manipulates him to murdering somebody.
Interesting. So Lance is back in. Somebody
Red
gets murdered.
Notice.
See what I did there? I
have shot high on Red Notice. Red Notice, 38%.
38%.
They did a 30-second commercial for the Shrink Next Door during the Dolphins game last night, and literally after 30 seconds, I thought, I've got no clue what that movie's about. I'm not certain it's a comedy, but it does have Will Ferrell in it, so there's got to be some comedic value. But I did get the feeling Will Ferrell is trying to do his serious role here.
Yeah.
He's trying to show his width. Is it width? What do they say as an actor? His
depth,
range. Yeah.
Depth, range, whatever.
The Shrink Next Door, that's it right there. And, Paul's been in some funny stuff too.
Yeah.
Other than just being dang right sexy. He's funny guy too. But I don't know if that's a comedy, maybe a dark comedy, what you would call that. That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Let's talk a little Auburn and Mississippi State. Pepsi hotline 205-734-0923. Also in the Farmfolio chat room on Twitter at Next Round Live, there as we go Twitter blue over there. I think this game ends up being the highest scoring combined game Auburn's played this year.
Ooh, the total is very low in this game, actually.
I like
so you think it's going to go over, huh?
What Dunaway said last week with A&M.
So the highest combined score, now, Jim, hang on.
No, against FBS.
FBS.
Not those first two.
Okay, I got you. All right, I was going to remind you that Auburn hit 60 a couple of times.
No. I think this is going to be a 34-31, 35-30 type game.
That is very high scoring for this game. So against FBS, they scored 48 total against Penn State. LSU was 24-19.
Georgia,
the
Arkansas game.
44 against, Arkansas 38-23.
A game a lot like that one, yes.
So that's what you're thinking.
Little higher.
61 points.
Yeah.
So
helped out by interceptions from both sides to set up some short fields.
I brought this up last week with Bo going to College Station. His first couple of outings against Mike Elko, he had gone 150 or less passing. He goes 153 this past week. Last year, his one outing against a Zach Arnett defense, although they won the game, 125 yards passing.
Ooh, that is a stinker.
Yeah. Now, Tank Bigsby almost went 200 himself. He carried that team last year. But Bo Nix was not good against this Arnett defense, and you just wonder, it could be a different Bo this year. It has been. But is he able to rebound from that performance last week?
Well, he's used to doing that. Unfortunately for Bo, he's used to having to bounce back from tough road starts to make a good home start. So he's done this before. This is a chance for him to get recentered and just try to get back to the way he was playing in the 3 or 4 games leading up to that trip to College Station, because it was not good. Tank Bigsby's been puzzling this year. He got back on the 100-yard rushing train against Ole Miss, and then only 69 rush yards against that good A&M defense.
Yeah, but here comes Mississippi State, who has a reputation defensively, but their offense, did not look good against an Alabama outing when I was over there in Starkville. Interesting game down there, and the perception has been for weeks now that Alabama at Auburn was a dicey game for the Crimson Tide. Even you heard Kirk Herbstreit talk about it last week. We played that sound from Herbstreit in the college football podcast at ESPN. Perception of that game dangerously changes for Alabama and Alabama fans if Mississippi State wins this game tomorrow. Alabama fans will think, okay, Auburn's gone back to what we thought they were going to be. That game looks a lot easier than Jordan Hare, and I don't think it impacts the outcome of that game at all. I think it sets up a really dangerous dog in the woods there for Auburn.
There's great danger in comparing scores. I have always preached that is an awful way to evaluate a game. Alabama beat Mississippi State 41-9, and Mississippi State took Auburn to overtime, say.
Yeah. Now do LSU.
Yeah, well, that's why you can't do it,
right.
Because there's, Alabama and Auburn played LSU a lot alike. One was on the road, one was on. There are factors in every game, so you can't do that. But if Auburn loses this game to Mississippi State, I cannot paint for you a scenario where Auburn goes to Atlanta. Now, they lost their control of it against A&M, but they're not dead. But if they lose to State, it's hard for me to paint that scenario for you.
I told you guys yesterday, this Alabama-Auburn number, the Iron Bowl, is going to be anywhere from
9 to 17.
9 to 17?
That's right.
A lot of
big
it
gap.
Depends on what happens tomorrow.
Loss here, and we're closer to 17 than 9, yes.
I think if it happens tomorrow, Auburn loses, you may bring in 20s at some point.
Yeah, I think this is a one-possession game. I don't know how you guys feel.
I think it'll be a very tight game. Very tight game.
And the unfortunate thing for Mississippi State is you ain't got a kicker.
You don't, and the one you do have probably doesn't have a ton of confidence right now.
Why would you say that, Brown?
Well, because his coach had open tryouts and 40 guys came in. However, 40 guys came in, and I'm still the kicker.
That's right. I beat out 40 frat guys.
That's right.
Amazing. If you are heading to Jordan-Hare and want to watch the game in style, you can do it with our friends at the Pan Store. Great for the holiday gifts as well, or birthdays anytime, or just getting ready to go to the games. It works for basketball season, too. They got great gear there to wear year-round. It's at the Pan Store, 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. The Pan Store, whether game day accessories for the Yeti, get the game day hats, your game day tops, the pants, the belts, everything you need, fashion, men and women, right there at the Pan Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. Georgia at Tennessee. Alabama with a throwaway game tomorrow. Oregon versus Washington State. If you missed it yesterday, Lance says concern for the Ducks in this one.
A little bit. You look at Washington State. This is a team that has won 4 consecutive conference games. They're leading the conference in turning people over. They've forced 16 turnovers in conference play. That's 4 more than anyone else. They've covered 6 straight games for whatever that is worth. And right now, speaking of the turnovers, Anthony Brown is turning the football over. Travis Dye is really that one focal point they've got on that offense. Joe Moorhead is leaning on him. If somehow Washington State can at least limit him, this could become a dangerous game for Oregon.
Yeah, and they coach around Anthony Brown. They run the ball so he doesn't have to throw it.
Yeah, Washington State's offense concerns me, but got still a pretty good Oregon defense, Lance.
It is.
As bad as their offense is played, they still got Kayvon Thibodeau, and that's still a good Oregon defense. And Washington State, you're used to them scoring a ton of points. They don't really do that this year. Nick Rolovich had them playing a little more of a play to their defense style, as Lance was just talking about. So if you tune in to watch this game expecting to see it go up and down the field, it's probably going to be played a lot more defensively. I think both these teams would prefer a lower scoring game here.
Rockstar, I gave you the wrong cut number. If you'll give me cut number 4 instead of 2, Mario Cristobal talking about something that is not always easy since he's been the head coach at Oregon is the team being focused on the task at hand. Sometimes it has been easy for them to look ahead to being a playoff team or looking ahead to this, looking ahead to that. Mario Cristobal is trying to get his team to concentrate on not looking past Washington State to what's out there ahead because he knows, like LT, this could be a dangerous game.
Every single game, and the entire country's been in the playoffs since week 1. That hasn't changed, and there's no reason to change it now. What works for us is that we're able to focus on that thing right here, like right here, right now. Do it right and do it right now. That's the only thing that matters. Anything, all that other noise, man, just can throw you off, can really distract you. So I think our guys have bought into it, and our guys have seen the benefits of doing it the right way, full throttle, and allowing stuff to get in there and disallowing ourselves from playing at our best. So we're improving at it, and we still need tons more improvement at it. So, want to know, man.
You know what Oregon is? I'll use a basketball analogy. Oregon is the basketball team that had a really good December. Beat a team or two that were really highly ranked.
Okay.
That's what their Ohio State win is.
Mm-hmm.
And now they've gotten into conference play, the basketball analogy, and they've sort of, they went from being a Joe Lunardi 1 seed to they're getting beat up in their conference a little bit. They're a 2 seed. They're a 3 seed. They're gonna go into the NCAA tournament, but you just don't think they're playing. They played their best football way back at the beginning of the year. That's what I think Oregon's going to be if they are in this.
So
playoff.
the Ohio State game was their early game. That was their Madison Square Garden game.
They're gonna be that typical 5-11 upset, or 5-12, 5-12 upset.
The good news though, Brown, for Cristobal is nobody believes in this Oregon team.
They do not,
except Oregon.
Well, I mean, you say that they are number 3 in the playoff ranking, so
but you got to put somebody there.
Well, I know somebody's got to be there. Give me the odds of them finishing these last 3 undefeated. What odds would you put on that?
For the viewers and me,
Washington State at Utah hosting Oregon State.
I wouldn't be shocked if they're 1-2.
Wow. Well, that would be a complete fall apart.
Yeah, I feel really confident they're going to lose to Utah. Now, what throws me off is Furman said the other day, I thought this number would be Utah 5 based on watching.
You're talking about
both
this
these
week?
teams. Next week.
Oh, next week? Okay.
And Furman says it's going to be like more 1 or 2 Utah's
Utah's
going to be favored, though, definitely.
That game is in Salt Lake City, so it's an altitude game. There is no start time announced yet. I don't know if that really has an impact on it or not.
Should be a primetime game.
I would hope.
Trending to ABC primetime.
Yeah, I would hope. I would hope you got Fowler and Herbstreit out there, maybe even game day. Might even be a game day trip to Salt Lake. That's a fascinating game. for the college football rankings.
Joseph in the Farmfolio chat room, Utah will smoke Oregon next week. Brett says, I'll take Wazoo this week. Not a lot of faith here in the Farmfolio chat room in the next round, and the Ducks as well.
I mean, they've lost to Stanford. So if you lose to Stanford, Dunaway, you literally can lose to anybody in the Pac-12. Stanford is absolutely awful.
It's the worst loss of any playoff contender. When we come back, there is a playoff expansion compromise on the table. It was discussed back on Wednesday, and many people writing about it the last couple of days. What the guys think about the 5+1 compromise. And later in the show, Brandon Marcello with the assistant coaches that are ready to be head coaches. He asked current head coaches, and they voted on the assistant coaches they think are ready to be head coaches. All still to come on the next round, being brought to you in part by the great folks at Redmont Vodka and Distilling.
Yeah, a great time to pick up a bottle when you're heading home after work. Stop into your local package store like Pink Package, your ABC store, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smells. Vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the next round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Red Mott Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Gutter Cap's going to bring us this look at the 5+1 compromise plan and whether or not the guys like it. It's our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, write this number down. If you've been procrastinating, thinking about getting those gutters capped, now is the time to do it. 205-823-2212. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round listeners and viewers. This is for December installs. Gutter Cap, it's a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over the existing gutter. It will keep all of the debris out of the gutter. You will never clean those gutters again. You don't want to get the ladder out. It's a dangerous, dirty job. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Hey, throw me the Dell's Golden Label real quick, Brown. I'm glad it was a plastic bottle. Thought I was going to break it.
You said throw it. I hope you catch it.
I'm at home tomorrow, not going to the games. I'm going to get a chance to try some of this again. Thinking about some more dogs, putting this on some hot dogs, getting a little special sauce going with some sloppy dogs.
Okay, so would you rather do right now on the fly kraut with the Dales or coleslaw with the Dales?
With that right there, I've tried it. I think you're going to want to go coleslaw. I think
mayonnaise-based, really creamy coleslaw.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to go coleslaw with that.
What I did last time, it was kraut, ketchup, mustard, and I drizzled this on the top. What I'm thinking about doing is mixing it together, do the pre-mix like they do at the stadiums.
So I was telling them, I don't think you were in there. I was talking to a couple of the guys in there about high school football, some of the big high school football games.
Right.
I was telling Forrester and the guys because Parker is at Alexandria. Am I right about that, Forrester? Is that the correct matchup? Parker's at Alexandria. And I grew up over there, right? Saxon, Alexandria, the border war. And they got a thing called a Valley Dog.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like some sort of relish, ketchup, mustard mix, and they cook it in a pot.
Oh, yes.
And like if you order it, they take the dog out of the wrapper, they take a spoon and drizzle it on and slide the dog back in and give it to you. You can get a normal dog or a Valley Dog.
Yeah.
Here's what
Phenomenal.
I would do, Dunaway. Pick up some potato buns. Potatoes the key. Get some Nathan's hot dogs. I've got a place that's got a good mayonnaise-based creamy coleslaw, I'll tell you. Get some of that and put the Dales 100%. I think I'm going to do the same now.
Looking forward to that. And then my other debate is whether to go for the nighttime, the chili or the taco soup. I'm a big fan of both.
Yeah, I've done those the last 2 weeks. My wife last Saturday went chili, and then this past Saturday went taco soup.
Taco soup you cannot mess up. It is consistent and
So
always good.
Love it.
Chili, you can screw that up.
Mine is so
either,
consistent.
It's either good or not good. Well, I mean, there are people that can make chili and people who cannot make chili.
That's right.
The problem with the chili is it depends on your servings. What people run into is when you start to get a group, I've got to make chili for 20, you don't know how to balance it out. When I'm making chili, it's normally for 4 to 6.
That's right.
So I know exactly what needs to go in there. But if you're making it for bigger...
Yeah. So those are my debates tomorrow. It's how sloppy my dogs are going to be with the Dell seasoning and then whether to go chili or with the taco soup tomorrow night.
4,000 calories is what I'm shooting for tomorrow.
All right.
Me too.
No, I'm going 5,000 calories.
Me too. 5,000.
Make it 5,000. 5,500.
He said 4,000. That's me too. 5,000.
Well, I mean, I got to put it. I got to put in Stella too.
I've got early Thanksgiving at the Brown family. My brother's
Is that
family.
tomorrow?
Yeah, my brother's family can only come in, so we're going to my parents' house in Jacksonville Saturday. So I will exceed the 5,000 calories.
So are y'all cooking the traditional stuff?
I don't know what my mom's cooking. She's probably cooking while watching the show right now, so she can text me if she likes.
Hello, Mrs. Brown.
But normally it would be the traditional turkey, sweet potato casserole.
Well, it's not normal. If you have not paid attention, turkey shipping issues in America, prices are up. Inflation's up 30% just about everywhere and everything.
Good news is Browns went early.
But we're having a hard time getting turkeys.
Yeah, I know. So turkey, sweet potato casserole, half pecans, half marshmallow, bacon wrapped green beans.
Fresh baked potatoes?
Nope. Macaroni and cheese is normally there. Some mashed potatoes, a lot of stuff.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, can't wait.
Mrs. Brown, if you're listening.
Vicky, you can just call her Vicky. You don't
Vicky,
have to be,
if you're listening, whatever the cost, LT and I will kick in. Throw an extra sheet of dressing out there. You like dressing?
I love dressing. I like dry dressing though.
Me too. I don't like gravy on top.
So you would like my mom's now. I got to tell you, it's got a little. It's not liquidy, but she takes the turkey and the giblets and all that and mixes it in. So that gives it a.
But it's moist.
It's moist. Yeah,
it is not dry.
Moist,
but I like it almost like breaking up like into breadcrumbs.
But
I mean, can we not be afraid of the word moist? I mean, I don't understand.
I'm not afraid of it.
Only women don't like the word moist. I don't think guys.
I'm cool with it.
Everybody in my whole career's danced around saying moist behind the microphone.
No, it's 100% moist, and it is. But it's got there are some bigger pieces of turkey in it. I don't like a lot of. I've had to tell my mom this. I don't like a lot of onion.
Oh, I do.
And no sage. I do not like a sagey dressing.
I don't like it when it's too sagey though.
No, I don't want any onion, any sage.
The only food fights, not throwing at each other, just disagreements about food that Maggie and I have ever gotten into. She loves to cook with bay leaves, and inevitably that will end up in my food.
Of course.
Yeah. Like
always in that spaghetti.
Keep your bay leaf to yourself.
I will get a big bite of spaghetti and be like,
well, there it is. Yep.
She goes, I thought I pulled them all out.
I got the last one. Don't worry about it.
So every time it's like, I thought I pulled them all out. All right. I forgot what we're going to talk about. Oh, the 5 plus 1. 5 plus 1 compromise is what we're going to talk about right here. And I like this. And this is fine with me. Originally, the 12-team college football playoff was going to be the top 6 highest ranked conference champions. But I'm okay with the Power 5 conferences saying, hey, this is our party. We're going to let you come to our party now. We're not going to let you own our party.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying the 5 plus 1 compromise is not the top 6 highest ranked conference champions. It's the 5 Power 5 conference champions getting automatic bids, regardless of record. Your conference champion, you're in, and then one of the other conferences, highest rated conference champions. So one group of 5 will be in every year, and then the 5 Power 5. This is great news for the Big 12 if they do this, because that guarantees in the new shaped Big 12 that their champion every year is in the playoffs.
Okay, but
no doubt, you're absolutely right.
Let's just run through it this year, and let's just project. Okay, so Georgia.
Right. This year, the ACC would be the problem.
We'll go. I was going to get to that. We'll go Oregon.
Georgia. These teams are getting a bye, by the way. They're getting a first-round bye.
Georgia, Oregon, Ohio State, Oklahoma.
Yep.
And we'll just go Wake because they're the highest ranked right now.
Yeah.
So we'll just go with those 5.
Those 5 would be automatic.
Yeah. So
Cincinnati would be in.
Cincinnati would be in. And Jim, not only would they be in, but here's the bonus for the group of 5. Cincinnati would get a home game out of this.
That's right.
Because they wouldn't get a bye. They probably will not finish in the top 4, but you're going to get a home playoff game. Cincinnati at Nippert Stadium, which is one of my favorite stadiums in America, by the way. I love Nippert Stadium. It just seems like a good, quaint college football stadium.
Yep, I've been there.
They're going to get, am I overblowing it?
No. I haven't been for a football game.
Oh, okay. They're going to get a home.
to get to the basketball.
I mean, imagine Cincinnati getting, I don't know how this would lay out. Let's say 5 plays 12.
It would be 5 versus 12.
Let's say Texas A&M.
Yep.
Cincinnati gets Texas A&M coming to their place. That's huge.
That's a tricky game for the Aggies.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tricky game for Cincinnati, too.
Yeah. So those would be your 6 automatic. And now you'd fill in the wild cards, right? So your wild cards would be Alabama, Michigan.
Yep.
Notre Dame, Oklahoma State. I'm skipping Michigan State. They're going to have another loss.
Yeah. No, I don't mind you projecting out. And probably Texas A&M, maybe BYU.
I don't. You know what? At this point, we would have no idea. This is what would be fun about this, because I think A&M's got another loss, maybe even 2. I think Michigan State's got another loss too. I think Michigan's got another loss or 2. We would have no idea. You could have teams, because we talk about what is the furthest back a team could come from and actually get to a college football playoff? I think we all agree it's A&M right now at 11.
Currently,
with the current 14 yeah, 11.
But with 6 wild cards, I think you could come as far back as 21 with Pittsburgh.
Yep. But see, there's two sides. One would be like, I don't want to lose the importance of the regular season. And there would be some urgency loss, like Alabama would be so comfortable in, probably could even absorb another loss and still make it into the playoffs as a wild card. But just think of how important Texas A&M and Ole Miss becomes tomorrow.
Massive.
Because that's
almost a playoff berth.
That's an elimination game, but most likely a playoff berth game.
That's right.
Tomorrow in Oxford. That's how big that becomes.
And
so what you lose, you may gain in a different situation.
And I wonder, because you were always the one that you don't want to lose the importance of the regular season of college football.
But it hasn't been as bad as I feared it would be.
But this could make the regular season that much more important.
It could, because to Jim's point, if you argue it's going to make the regular season less important, well, it just made A&M Ole Miss far more important. Like, the only thing on the line in A&M Ole Miss right now is A&M still is alive for Atlanta.
Yep, and outside shot of running the table and being a 2-win SEC champion and being in the playoffs.
A way outside shot, but it's still alive. But with a 12-team playoff, you're right. This is an eliminator game in November. We got a meaningful LSU or a meaningful Ole Miss Texas A&M game in November. So yeah, I'm with you on that. I was fearful that it would diminish the regular season. It has not. I think we've had some of the best regular seasons of college football in my lifetime over the last since the playoffs started.
How likely is this to happen?
I think it's very likely because everybody's got a seat at the table.
I'm talking about this format, though.
This format, this is the compromise.
Well,
and only people pushing back on this, surprisingly, is the Big Ten.
Well, because the Rose Bowl is. Yeah. They don't like the on-campus playoff game.
Which that round of playoffs, which will be 2 weeks after the conference championship, really doesn't impact the Rose Bowl anyway.
Well, just if UCLA can start playing some football.
I tell you how it impacts the Rose Bowl is what happens. Like, give me.
No. You're right. You lose Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, let's say Michigan loses their first round game. They don't go to the Rose Bowl now. They're done for the season.
Right.
And Ohio State's still in the playoffs. They don't go to the Rose Bowl either because they're still in the playoffs.
You just got to guarantee the New Year's Six bowl games all are part of the playoffs. The quarterfinal games are in 4 of the New Year's Six bowls. The semifinals are in the other 2.
But they're talking about on campus, though, for quarterfinals.
There's 2 4-game rounds. There's 2 4-game rounds. So the quarterfinals, there's the first round, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. There's 4 playoff games. So the quarterfinals would not be on campus, right?
Well, it depends now. Are the top 4 getting a bye?
Yeah, the top 4 gets bye. So 5 through 12 play the first round games, and you got 4 byes. So this round here with 4 games.
Yeah, that doesn't need that.
That's New Year's Six bowls. And then
I don't like that.
The semifinals are New Year's Six bowls, and you always bid out the championship.
Don't like that.
And then that way the Rose Bowl always has.
Too much travel for the fans. I don't like that.
And it's a lot of travel.
Well, I mean, you're going to have 4 rounds if you got 12 teams.
But that's home games. I think that next round needs to be home games as well.
So you say 2 rounds of home games.
I would say that, yeah.
I haven't seen that proposed.
It's never going to get. Well, I won't get past the bowls. The bowls have all this outweighed power for some reason.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. No matter where you're listening to us in the SEC footprint, Wayne's can take care of you. They are the exclusive provider for the entire Next Round crew. We trust them, and you should too. World-class service every time. What do they do for us? They do a lot of things. They provide us with termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, lawn care service. I mean, Forrester would tell you he's newest to this plan, that the lawn care service changed his yard instantly. The EnviroPest service is fantastic. You get $60 off that right now. Use the promo code TNR to save $60. Just call Wayne's 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. We talk a little Big Ten football with Bobby Carpenter next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays.
A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we'll get our morning juice, a little vitamin C of college football.
What?
He does the morning juice. That's
Bobby Carpenter does. I got you.
Vitamin C for college football.
coming up in just a little bit. This hour of the show being brought to you. You expected anything less cheesy from me?
Well, I thought you were setting up a sponsor, and I didn't know what the crap you were doing, to be honest.
Well, C is also for Champy's Chicken right there on
There you
Highway
go.
119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com. The best chicken around that you can have for your tailgate right now. Win those tailgates. Also, perfect for lunch or dinner today. Poor boys tenders and those full fried chicken plates. That right there with the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales as well. It is Champy'sChicken.com.
All right, Bobby Carpenter about to join us. He is on the Pepsi hotline, and we will talk some college football with Bobby. He, of course, is now with Outkick. You can see him at Outkick.com, breaking down the college football, former Ohio State and Dallas Cowboy great, with us to talk a little bit about it. Lance, where is that Ohio State-Purdue line now? How close is that before we go to Bobby? 20? And you feel about that what?
I like Ohio State.
You like Ohio State to run them out of the building?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
I think maybe we have a failure of communication here. I think Bobby's there and just not video up right now. Is that right, Bobby? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Bobby's there.
Yeah. Bobby is with us now on the Pepsi hotline. Bobby, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about that Ohio State and Purdue game. Purdue's done nothing but beat great ranked teams. But this Ohio State team feels a little bit different this week.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Michigan State, I think there were some more flaws that they had. And, one of the other things, too, they had lost one of their key receivers against Michigan, Jalen Naylor, who was him and Reed are very talented guys on the outside. So both of those guys working together make their offense go with Kenneth Walker. So he was out. So they were a little bit handicapped from that standpoint. And, beating Iowa earlier in the year, it was the perfect game to be able to beat a team like that. They were highly ranked in the AP, I believe, second or third at the time. But, Iowa had struggled scoring the football if they hadn't been feasting off turnovers and having short fields. And Purdue can score it. So Purdue didn't turn it over. They scored the football a bunch. They got a lead. Iowa couldn't really throw to catch up. And that's kind of the recipe for Purdue's success. They go out, they get a lead, they throw for 400-plus yards. They may only run it for 30 or 40. Now, they're going to continue to sprinkle the run in their timely and effective runs. And even against Michigan State on the final drive, they threw a couple runs in there, got 3, 4, 5 yards intermittently. And it's not what kills you, but it's just those body blows that happen. And so you can't completely sell out to stop the pass. But, Purdue's a really good team. Jeff Brom's done a really good job since he's been there. Upset Ohio State 3-4 years back with Rondale Moore, very, very talented receiver who's now with the Cardinals. But David Bell, they have on the outside, he's had multiple 200-plus yard games. They have a couple other receivers that are really good. And if Aiden O'Connell doesn't turn the football over, this game will be fairly close for Ohio State. But Ohio State has to find a way this week to run the football because they haven't done it very well the last 2 weeks against Penn State and Nebraska. And then they also have to find a way to convert when they get in the red zone and when they cross the 50 and not settle for field goals and convert those into touchdowns because Purdue will find a way to score.
Bobby, another interesting game in the Big Ten, 11 o'clock tomorrow, Michigan at Penn State. We know that Jim Harbaugh just can't win big games for whatever reason. And you look at Penn State, James Franklin, 2-12 outright versus top 10s under Franklin. Both of these coaches make a ton of money. Both of these coaches are respected. But which coach do you trust more in a game like this?
Wow, that's a loaded question there because Jim Harbaugh has failed multiple times, like you had said, in big games. And the knock on James Franklin is great recruiter, runs a great organization, but when you put him in a game where talent is equal or close to equal, that's when Penn State struggles. Because, if one of their guys aren't making a play, ever since Moorhead left, like their offense has kind of struggled and they haven't been able to get it done. I would give Michigan a slight edge in the game, and this is why. Jim Harbaugh's done a good job this year of allowing this team to kind of adopt his identity. Yeah, he's a weird, quirky dude, but he wants to be tough. They come out, they run the football with Corum and Hassan. They do a good job pounding it. They play really good defense. And Cade McNamara, their quarterback, has gotten better each and every week. At the beginning of the season, they were throwing it like 10, 12 times. They've elevated it, and I've watched him make some plays over the last couple of weeks. And I'm like, okay, they're trusting him on a 3rd and 7. They're going to take some shots down the field with him. And Andrew Anderson Anthony had a huge game against Michigan State. So they've started to develop some of that young talent. For Penn State, they can't run the ball. And it all falls on Sean Clifford. And when he got hurt against Iowa, he struggled for the next couple of weeks. played better against Ohio State, but finally against Maryland, looked like he got some of his mojo back. He's got Jahan Dotson on the outside. He's a first-round talent at receiver. He also has the 200-yard receiving games this year. Really, really good. But Penn State, to move the football, is going to have to rely on that intermediate passing game. And Michigan's secondary is pretty good, and I don't know if that'll be able to hold up and if that'll be sustainable. With that being said, there is one advantage of Penn State. This thing is at home. Historically, these are games that are back and forth. You're watching these, as a player, watch these over the last couple of years. I mean, this is something, Michigan, Penn State, it's been a battle. Usually Big Ten title, Big Ten East hopes kind of hinge on this. Maybe not as much for Penn State this year, but it'll be packed at Happy Valley, and it'll be a loud and raucous environment.
Bobby Carpenter's on the Pepsi hotline with us. Do you feel like, Bobby, that Alabama, Oregon, Ohio State, and Cincinnati all missed an opportunity last week when everybody looked average?
I think that's kind of what college football is this year. I mean, Georgia's looked really good this season. Now, no one's forced Georgia to throw the ball consistently. Maybe Tennessee can score some this week to kind of get them into a race game a little bit. But they've got the great defense. They've got the great running game. And it harkens back to like 10, 15 years ago when you could still win like that. And maybe they can. You know, they've done it so far this year and they've been really good. But you start looking at 2 through 10 in the rankings. I mean, all of these teams seem to have some flaws. And I think that's due to last season, the lack of development, not being able to get a lot of your young players in, disjointed camps, disjointed springs. And some conferences practice more than others. But still, I feel like there wasn't the player development that there typically has been in the past. And that's why you see Alabama, you know, as talented as they are, I mean, they have some flaws this year. Like, if it wasn't for Jameson Williams, like, sometimes he's bailing their whole offense out, and he's been their big play machine, and he's really athletic. But it's not like this is a Bama team that can run on you, they can pass on you, you can do whatever they want. You know, they've struggled at times, and they've sputtered on offense. Same thing goes for Ohio State. They've looked average, they've looked mediocre, you know, at times. You look at Oregon, there's times where I'm watching that thinking, man, this is a top 5 team. You know, it just doesn't kind of connect. You know, Michigan has flaws. Cincinnati, you know, as good as they've been, they've beat Notre Dame. This is the first time they've ever kind of been the hunted on a national scene, and they're in this national conversation each and every week. And you'd be foolish to think that that doesn't have an impact on players, because it does. Because when you're getting shortchanged, you guys just should be ranked here. Like, that's talk that, you know, a lot of those guys never thought they'd have to deal with, you know, at Cincinnati. So they're thrown into that mix. You know, Oklahoma has oscillated, you know, with the quarterback position. They had Spencer Rattler, you know, odds-on Heisman Trophy favorite. They bench him. They pull Caleb Williams in. You know, they look average against Kansas. Like, they haven't looked like that dominant offense that seems like they can score 50 against everybody. And so I look at a lot of these teams like, man, I have no idea. Like, this would be the perfect year to have an 18 playoff and slide a lot of those teams in to see what happens. But we're not going to have that quite yet. Hopefully the next 3 to 4 weeks we'll begin to see some separation. But, you know, there's some big matchups here. But I think you're going to probably see more of the same. Some teams you think are good, you'll be disappointed in. And some teams like Wisconsin, who you look at and say, man, you were terrible the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and now you're starting to look pretty good.
Bobby Carpenter is with us. You can follow Bobby on Twitter at bcarp3, at bcarp3. And as Jim said, the Morning Juice there in Ohio, Sirius XM, Outkick as well. And he is with us on the Pepsi hotline. Also, remember, for more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served the state of Alabama. And that's not all. Alabama Power and the Alabama Business Charitable Trust work closely with the community action agencies to help those in need all across the state. Learn more, alabamapower.com/community. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. I don't know what your personal relationship is with Luke Fickell. I know you're an Ohio State guy. He's been an Ohio State guy. You smile. I see you smile. Are you guys tight? What drives him as far as a job goes? Because his name's getting mentioned a lot.
I would tell anybody this, because people talk about, you know, Luke Fickell, where he could go. You know, he was my linebacker coach for, I guess, the better part of 3 years. He was at Ohio State the entire time that I was there. I know Luke really well. We had an adversarial relationship. Sometimes in college, we both run hot. But I have an immense amount of respect for him and what he's done. I got to call a couple of Cincinnati games earlier this year. You know, it's always great to see him. Like, he's a great man. He's a really great coach. I will tell you this. Everybody always thinks, like, you know, the honor's in the dollar and to chase it till the day you die. Like, that's not Luke Fickell by any stretch. I mean, he turned down, you know, basically the same deal that Mel Tucker got at Michigan State last year. He likes being in Cincinnati. He's got 6 kids. His oldest son is a true freshman on the football team, plays center. You know, I know that that's a big piece of it. His wife is from Ohio. He's from Columbus. They like living here. It was I think he had to pry her out of Columbus with the kids to be able to go to even to Cincinnati. And I think he's comfortable down there. He likes it. I think they're moving to the Big 12. He's making $3 million. Like, he's probably thinking, I don't even have time to spend the money that I have. Why the heck am I going to go somewhere else where I'm not familiar? I have to build this all over again. My family won't be happy. They're really great where they're at right now. Like, I don't see him taking a job unless it's Notre Dame, Ohio State, possibly Penn State. But like connections to like USC, Luke is as far from a California, LA glitz and glamour. Like if you have Odell Beckham Jr. on one end of the spectrum, Luke Fickell is on the absolute other. And I interviewed him, in our production meetings, and people, the whole crew didn't know how well that I knew him. I started asking some of these questions about, talking about the ranking and the interviews and how you love the spotlight. And he just stared me down and just shut me down right there. Like, he could care less about that. He is an old school style football coach. That's what he's about. And so I honestly think with Cincinnati going to the Big 12, he's like, hey, we can get in now. We'll have a viable pathway. We'll be able to recruit probably a little better. And Cincinnati loves him down there, and they're filling their stadium each and every week. And it's a nice city to live. So I think he's in a really good spot.
Today's college football is all about offense. Ironically, the only elite team is a dominant defensive team in Georgia. They've only allowed 59 points through 9 games. You played it, you've watched a ton of it, you analyze it now. Where is this Georgia defense when you look at great defenses over the last 2 decades?
They're really good. They're one of the best, without saying. They're the best defense in college football. No one scored more than 13 points against them this year. Now this week, I'm curious to see. I'm going to be in Knoxville. I'm going down there with the guys from Outkick and to drive down after this, doing the pregame show. And I'm excited to go down there and take a look at this, team, because, Josh Heupel, what he's done at Tennessee, it's kind of the kryptonite for these big, aggressive, physical defenses. Georgia's really good up front. Their secondary's solid, but they're able to overwhelm you because you can't run the ball really, and then they can get pressure on your quarterback. So that covers up a lot of mistakes. And not to say the secondary is not great, but when you run the spread, and this is what Nick Saban used to lament and get so upset about when you're a defensive coach, you're going to try to run a 95 plays. You get on these drives, and as soon as you get that first down, the spread, it's the hurry up. You're running downhill, and you can't substitute, and your guys get gassed, and then it negates having that unbelievable front. And so if Tennessee can have some nice drive starters to be able to get 10, 11, 12 yards on first down, run into the line, you start getting that thing rolling. I don't necessarily think they're going to beat Georgia, but I think this could be the first team to score 20 points on them, which I know sounds crazy with where college football is and how many points are being scored, but Georgia's been fantastic. And I think Tennessee, with Josh Heupel and how they run that offense and how he attacks them, you saw him do it a little bit to Alabama, that he'll be the first team to be able to score 20. And then we'll see what Georgia's made of a little bit more because they really haven't had anybody that's been able to do that to them.
Listen, I'm disappointed in Steve Sarkisian's first year at Texas, but I'm really disappointed in Dan Mullen where he is at Florida. I think Florida is one of those programs you shouldn't have a year like this. Would you consider making a change at Florida if you were an AD with what you've seen from Dan Mullen the last 2 years?
Well, you think about last year. Where were they at last year? They're playing Bama. They're right down there at the end of the line. They've got Kyle Trask. They're looking really good. They're in a good spot. Here's the thing. Dan Mullen came from Mississippi State. And sometimes you're like, it's the SEC, it's this and that. Well, the expectations in Starkville are far different than the expectations in Gainesville. And just like you pointed out, you're not entitled to a bad year. A down year is 10-2. All right. A down year is 9-3. We're like, okay, you lose maybe Georgia and maybe you don't get in the SEC championship game. But the expectation is you're competing for the SEC title every year. And then, every 3 or 4 years, you're making the playoff, you're making a run, and we want national championships. And so that's the expectation that is sitting there. And coaches don't get fired for wins or losses. They get fired for failing to meet expectations. I don't think they should move on Dan Mullen yet. I think he's a good football coach. His recruiting comments, those were a little concerning. The fact that, hey, I want to coach football, worry about that after the season. Listen, you give me great players, I'll be an average football coach and we'll go win a heck of a lot of games. I'd much rather be an average coach with great players than a great coach with average players. Like that doesn't make any sense. Make it easier on yourself, and you can get those great players at Florida. But much like Nebraska with Scott Frost, I think you give him another year. He's proven that he can be good. He just has to realize he can sustain it. And heck, maybe he doesn't want to be there. Maybe he doesn't want to have to recruit. He doesn't want to deal, with the expectations each and every year. But what are you going to do? Go to the NFL? Like, I don't know if Dan Mullen's really an NFL guy. And I'll tell you this, expectations in the NFL, they're just as high. Like, you go there and you go 4-12. They don't care. Heck, you look at the Philadelphia Eagles. You fire a Super Bowl winning coach 3 years out. I mean, that's just how it happens. And so you have to be able to deal with that. And his inability to understand the expectations in recruiting and what the expectations are for wins and losses, like, don't point to last year and how good you were, because nobody cares about that anymore.
All right, go follow Bobby on Twitter at BCarp3, at BCarp3. As he said, see him from Knoxville tomorrow with the guys on Outkick there with Ro Hutton, Clay, and all the gang there. Bobby, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you.
My pleasure, guys. Hopefully I'll be able to see you here in the near future.
Yeah, I know. As soon as the piece gets here.
We're working on that. Did you ever get a game ball?
There's a few behind him.
It's like we're in the Cowboys Hall of Fame, man. I like that.
I got a few from Dallas, a few from Detroit up there, so there's a lot of guys that have a lot more than that. That's about all that I have. So I got to display them proudly.
I like the way you staged them, though. Looks like you got a ton of them. Very well.
Good. Thank you. Hey, so when you played for Detroit, real quick, did you ever tour like the Ford facilities?
I never went through the Ford facilities as far as the factories. The stadium is an old factory, but they have like an old test track in like a village. The Fords are great people. They've done a lot for Detroit. It won't be too long-winded, but they have like this little village and test track and everything they built. And they would bring all the employees, including the Lions, but everybody that works there, and have like a trick or treat thing on Thanksgiving. It was right across from the practice facility. And it was awesome, man. Getting a chance to talk to Bill Ford. They're Michigan guys. We'd have some nice banter back and forth, but they were very, very welcoming. And yeah, I mean, he openly acknowledged, he's like, we wish that we could beat you guys a little bit more, but it was fantastic. And they were a great family to deal with.
That's really cool. Cool to hear that. Yeah. Thank you, Bobby. Enjoy the trip to Knoxville, man.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. That is Bobby Carpenter with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
And for what he's talking about, we've got one more piece of equipment here that we're working on.
I feel like I've said that a lot. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we're building this thing out, and we've got to where we can see everybody doing the interviews with us, but right now they can't see us back.
Yeah, it's not as easy as, just click it in the computer. Well, we can't do that because of the way our production setup is. Yeah. They don't care. Bobby couldn't see us.
Yeah.
He will be able to soon, though.
Yeah. I mean, when they do, Bobby's going to be like, dang, that guy's old.
Can we go back to the black screen?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and minimize the camera. All right, when we come back, LT's got trash. We got our headlines coming up later on. I've got one at least. I want one more. I want two. It's been a while since I've had two. You got yours already, Rockstar?
I got mine
already. I do not have mine ready yet.
Okay, that's coming up later on. Rockstar's Playhouse, all that in the final hour of the show. But when we come back, LT's trash. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Alabama Men's Clinic. Alabama Men's Clinic right there in Homewood, Alabama. That's the one I go to, and you need to swing by there as well. Listen, if you are just not feeling your normal self, mentally I always tell these guys I'm 28 in my head. Well, eventually you're not 28 in your body anymore, right? And you start, feeling the side effects of getting older. Your energy's down, your workout's not the same, you're not sleeping the same. All that can be the sign of a low testosterone problem. It's a quick, easy fix. All you have to do is go to the Alabama Men's Clinic. They'll find the solution of whatever challenge is going on in your life. You go in, you get a medical consultation, a little blood work done. If you're medically advised that day, you start your low T treatments that day in the office. Your visit is free. You can hear all the details about that. Set up that first appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. The study shows that men will wait a year, 2 years, 3 years past when they really need to start testosterone treatment because they're just too ashamed to go and get checked out. So put the shame aside, get your life back, start feeling good again. AlabamaMen'sClinic.com, AlabamaMen'sClinic.com.
On Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, Your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Hey y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbeeclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbeeclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbeeclothing.com. That's southernbeeclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Next round rolls on. Brown's to the artistic part of the show today. I wish you just, anytime you start drawing, you put your old Bob Ross wig on and just get over there and get after it.
This one was hard right here, what I'm doing right here.
Why not pre-draw it?
That's what I'm pre-drawing.
Okay.
This is for the headline segment. I'm already getting ready.
Coming up
when are
to
we doing that?
The 12 o'clock, top of the hour.
I may need it, the whole thing.
Okay. Well, we'll work on it.
No, I don't need the whole segment. I may need till then to get mine done.
Well, if you need to take the next segment off to go draw. You know what? This is no joke. How you dream about the show.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if y'all ever do, but last night, honest to goodness, this is
was I naked?
Not made up. No, but I was getting so ridiculed by my spitting snake drawing the other day. I draw so bad that I was actually taking it to the back and letting people behind the glass draw for me, and then I would come in and show it up.
You're out of luck with me. I'm worse than you. I cannot draw for poo.
Well, we had Forrester apparently in my dreams is this great artist, and he would draw my
to give it a tight shot,
my stuff, and then come back, and I would be able to go look, and you guys, that's a
amazing.
good logo, Jim. Thank you. I did it myself. The show is brought to you today in part by our friends right there at Backyard Adventure. If you're looking for a perfect gift, not only just this holiday, but any time of the year for your kids, I recommend Backyard Adventure. Why? Because it's one thing that they can play with, not just when they're 4, 5, 6 years old. They can play all the way until their childhood's over, right? Until they're ready for you to buy them a car. Great price point when you consider that you're going to be using this one spring and summer after another on top of each other. And this looks fantastic. BackyardAlabama.com is the website. These things are sturdy, 100% cedar. They come and set it up for you. They'll do the landscaping to make it look fantastic, and they have a maintenance program that absolutely keeps it looking brand new. Here's how you get in touch with Backyard Adventures. You can call them up, 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386. Or go to the website, backyardalabama.com. It's that thing in your backyard that you can go, hey, kids, do you want to go outside and play real quick? And you got that beautiful play set from Backyard Adventures. Quality time with your kids. You never get that back. It's a gift that'll keep on giving. Backyardalabama.com. It's a great gift right there. Brown, everyone in the Farmfolio chat room wants to know about Mel Tucker's contract. This happened yesterday after we left. Big deal for the Michigan State head coach.
It's just a report, long-term contract that would give him, quote-unquote, Ryan Day money.
Is that $7 million a year?
They said up to 8.
Up to $8 million a year.
Tucker making $8 million. The guy that's going to lose 4 games this year.
But he's getting the deal done before he loses those 4 games. Smart on his part.
Is he a $5 million guy
I think
now?
he's 5.5 is where I got him. So I think I'm going to get 2.5 to 3 on this.
Okay, but away from our game, so he's getting a $2.5-3 million raise.
Yep.
And you used the word fraud last week, and then they lost the game. Not him personally, but this team was being
he's done a really
overextended.
good job in year 2. I mean, utilizing the transfer portal, these guys play hard. I just don't think they're not an elite team this year. Not that we have a lot of elite teams. They should have lost. They should already have 3 or 4 losses right now.
But surely you don't fault Michigan State for paying him the money.
No.
If you've got it, pay it, because who are they going to get to come to Michigan State?
Yes, no, I don't have a problem with that. It's just amazing that we've got to the point that Michigan State is able to pay that type of money because, I agree with you. It's no telling how many jobs are going to be open. We know that LSU and USC are open. There's a possibility that A&M could become open.
It doesn't seem like a destination location for me.
I mean, East Lansing, where isn't that in the pecking order of elite jobs in college football? I would just off the cuff say that it's anywhere from 25 to 35. Is that fair?
Exactly. And you would always feel to me that, obviously if LSU called, but if Ole Miss, if there was an SEC job, you'd almost feel like Mel Tucker would leave if he wasn't getting the love. They're loving on him here. Maybe he keeps him long term now.
I'll ask you guys this, and this is going to sound stupid, but Kentucky, South Carolina, Missouri, are those jobs as good as Michigan State?
I think South Carolina is. Kentucky has turned into that, and Missouri, no.
No, Michigan State's a better job than any of those. Kentucky, South Carolina, Missouri?
Yeah.
Michigan State's
and I'm not sure.
Michigan State's been to the playoffs.
Yeah, but I think you could argue it. I mean, Missouri came close to the playoffs.
It's a hard argument.
Yeah. Missouri not only they almost came close to the BCS championship game. So playoffs, they may have gotten in. Who knows? That's an interesting question. If I said Mel Tucker leaves there on his own or gets fired from there, which is more likely to happen?
He will get fired.
I sort of agree with you.
At this point now, because where are you going to leave? You get this kind of money, where are you going to go?
That's right. I just feel like if you sign that big of a contract, you either are successful and you stay there forever, or you get fired from there. Good for Mel Tucker, ahead of what is LT's calling possibly another loss this weekend. Let's do trash. It is brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
Okay, I started at Discount Karate from the grassroots, and then they sold out to Dairy Queen. And then they couldn't afford to pay their taxes, so they merged and became Taekwondo DQ. And to this day, you can go to the drive-thru, get your ass beat, and a brass knuckle blizzard.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, home means something different to everyone, but at Mortgage Right, home is always about you. Their top priority, helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts here to answer questions, provide solutions, whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you're already in. Mortgage Right is here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We've got two psychics that are going back and forth.
Oh, no.
Interviewed.
Should have seen this coming.
They're embroiled in a nasty spat after one likened the other to a, quote, alien-like reptile in an online video that has ended in a $10,000 payout.
Wow, one had to pay out the other?
Would you be offended if referred to you as an alien-like reptile?
Alien-like reptile.
I didn't say you're a reptile. You're like one, but alien.
Yeah, but we've had some good-looking aliens over the years, right?
Really? Who?
Species. What's her name?
Oh, yeah, Natasha
Henstridge.
Yep.
Is that the one where they have her locked up and then she breaks out and she gets into the hotel room, has sex with a guy, and then kills him?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if she was locked up.
Yeah. She was like in this glass thing.
I remember she was in a hot tub and she put her tongue through the back of the guy's head.
Yeah. That's the one.
Wow. I've never
was
seen
she
it,
on a
but I've
train
never
at one
done
point in that one?
Also, the hot wild chick that was, it did kill him.
Yeah.
The hot wild chick from Homeland. The
Claire Danes?
No, the wife of Damian Lewis with the short dark hair.
Yeah.
Her last name starts with an M. She's got a really exotic last name.
She's like a Brazilian model or something like that.
Yeah, but she was an alien in something.
Oh.
So she was in I occasionally get a good-looking alien.
Anyway, Haley Parks, clairvoyant and healing coach, warned people in a 5-minute Instagram rant not to follow or engage with Nikki Kissler, who's a psychic medium and a, quote, animal communicator. One of your bio was a psychic medium and animal communicator.
And balloon animal maker.
I would imagine the animal communicator makes a lot of money. Because
he seems like he's hungry.
Yeah, because the animal can't say, well, no, she's wrong. I'm not hungry.
She was the Kissler of death, is what she was. I'm just getting ready for the headlines.
Now, the pair, both from Melbourne, were once close friends until Mrs. Parks posted the bizarre video in which she claimed Miss Kissler had tried to, quote, enslave her. Quote, I can't believe these humanoid alien-like reptilians, the dark forces, the ones that are not pure, the ones that are not from the light. I just cannot believe that they are walking this earth, end quote, according to Miss Parks, told her 4,000-strong Instagram following.
I can't believe you got offended by that.
She went on to say, I think everyone needs to be warned about this woman. She tried to claim me like a pet. I will never allow this to happen to anyone else, ever. Please trust me. Block this woman. She is not of the light. She is causing danger, and I'm here to protect you.
Thankfully.
Now, Miss Kissler,
she says, while Kissler's holding a leash,
told a current affair, she was, quote, devastated by Mrs. Parks' totally incorrect claims. I didn't see it coming. It blindsided me. I would never do that to anyone, she said. I said to her, Haley, what made you do this to me?
Haley.
And she said to me, I had a healing. The person who gave me the healing said I had negative energy around me, and I've hated you for months anyway. Now, the matter was settled before court. Mrs. Parks agreeing to pay Miss Kissler $10,000 and issue an apology on social media. If I ever saw like Judge Judy or Judge Wapner and I saw this would be the worst episode ever.
Yeah, and it would be fake, it would seem.
I mean, $10,000?
That's a lot.
Why are you so upset with him? Well, it said Brown, he's not of the light, and he got upset.
Got all offended.
Tripp says Jerry Ryan's a hot alien. Jerry with an I.
A terrible shot.
No. Tommy Firestick Laura Harris from The Faculty was a pretty alien.
Pretty alien.
You're a pretty alien.
I technically wasn't the girl in Weird Science. Wasn't she an alien?
She was just created.
She was a creation. Kelly LeBrock. And then Vanessa Angel, who turned 56 the other day, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tanya Harding's 50 today.
All right. Speaking of aliens, everybody, Tanya Harding's 50.
Hey, the FAA is recommending as a hefty fine to the Horizon Air passenger for unruly incident on a flight from Austin to San Francisco, according to officials. Now, a passenger who refused to fasten her seatbelt on a May 18th flight, quote, punched and screamed at her husband and son, diverting flight attendants from their duties, according to the news release. She, quote, threw trash at a flight attendant, snatched cookies from a nearby passenger. Fine of $32,000 was proposed for the woman.
And she had her husband and kid with her?
She was punching and swinging at the husband
and taking the
kids.
cookies. You only get one bag now.
I know.
Don't they give you the option of the peanuts or cookies or something like that?
Yeah. And then she stood up and banged on the side of the bus and said, "And you guys, when we lose."
Double Deuce back in business. What does the Double Deuce mean to you guys?
It's almost the middle finger.
For me and Rocky, it's an iconic film.
Oh, yeah?
It's been remade or in the progress of being remade a couple times.
Have you two never seen Roadhouse?
I've never seen Roadhouse.
I've seen it, but it doesn't resonate with me to the fact I know what Double Deuce is.
I've seen it, but it doesn't resonate with me. That's a new Dunaway line. I've seen it, but it doesn't resonate with me.
Double Deuce may be reopening the doors. Sources tell Deadline that MGM's Roadhouse remake is gaining momentum with Jake Gyllenhaal and talks to star Doug Liman. Of Swingers and Go and Bourne Identity fame.
So Jake Gyllenhaal would play the part that was played by Patrick Swayze?
That's kind of the unknown.
Well, remember 2 or 3 years ago when she was a hot ordeal, Ronda Rousey was going to be the reprisal of the role.
Oh, I do remember that.
And then she lost, and it kind of like...
And they made the wise decision to shelf that project.
Put this on a shelf for a little bit. Yeah. So Double Deuce is the bar,
yeah,
the Roadhouse.
The bar. It's the one that Dalton's got to go clean up. Now, whether or not Gyllenhaal's going to play Dalton or they're going to have a new character that they're going to make up, that's an unknown. But the premise of Roadhouse is going to be remade. You guys need to go. You need to rewatch it. You need to watch it.
Okay. Maybe it'll resonate with you this time.
Well, I mean, I know scenes. I didn't remember the name of the Roadhouse.
I mean, I'm shocked. I thought you would have been in love with the Kelly Lynch character.
Is your favorite scene where they're dancing in the lake and he lifts her up out of the lake?
No, his favorite scene was when he lifted her up against the bar or the barn.
Yeah,
he gets after it.
Yeah. I'll try to reenact that a couple of times.
Arby's has got a new product they're launching.
I saw this. This makes no sense to me.
Never could get anybody to push me against the barn.
80 proof fry flavored vodka.
Yeah, I think this is not. They're not really doing this. They're just getting the publicity out of it.
It's Arby's, KFC. KFC always like logs that smell like fried chicken that you get for Christmas.
Yule log that smells like fried chicken.
Now, Arby's curly fries are beloved by fans, and now their flavors are entering the world of spirits. Now, the fast food chain launching 2 new 80 proof vodkas inspired by its iconic curly fries and newest crinkle cut variety. Now, the curly fry vodka is distilled with cayenne, paprika, onion, and garlic. Crinkle fry vodka is a subtle tribute to its namesake, made with real kosher salt and sugar to honor the rich tradition of these salted potato shapes. These sound actually really good.
Really? That sounds like good vodka?
But the labeling, look at this. You wouldn't buy it just for the labeling.
No, I'm talking about the fries would sound good, not the vodka.
The fries is good. The vodka is dog poo-poo.
Right,
There's no way.
I'm going to stick with my Red Mott vodka, my natural.
That's a Bloody Mary with a mozzarella stick and 3 crinkle cut fries.
No, I'm saying the fries like that. I mean, if you had your crinkle cut fry that had the kosher salt and the sugar, and you had the curly fry with the cayenne, paprika, onion, and garlic.
I'd try that.
Those are good.
And the vodka, no, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I think this is a way of introducing those fries by
Yeah,
saying
they're
we're
not
going to
doing
make
the vodka.
vodka, but you can't get that vodka anyway.
That's right. I'm with Jim. It's a publicity stunt.
Okay, I've got interesting facts for you guys.
All right.
Last time you rolled your eyes.
Dunaway, it was the last segment, I'm sure.
You did it to me yesterday for sure. I've never seen you roll your eyes ever, and you rolled your eyes yesterday on the show at me when I said something. I can't remember what it was, but it was a legit eye roll, and I was like, he has never rolled his eyes before.
Oh, wait till you hear this fact.
Rolling your eyes, it used to be a sex thing long before it was a sign of annoyance.
Finally!
It meant excitement, and particularly of the sexual variety. It was a common gesture of flirtation in the 18th century.
I'm trying to...
You know, I've often thought if somebody sends you
so you're out
the eye roll.
If you're out at a bar tonight, if you're hanging out with our friends at the Innisfree Irish Pub or something, and you see somebody, roll your eyes, see what they do.
Dunaway's about to send Maggie the eye roll and eggplant.
He said right down when you said that. Dunaway just lifted his eyebrows.
Here's another interesting fact.
I can't roll my eyes very well.
Did you guys realize Major League Baseball umpires have to wear black underwear just in case they split their pants?
Oh, wow.
Really?
Not a good look.
I'll
tell you the guy didn't at Naked Gun. What was his name?
Enrico Palazzo.
He had tidy whities on.
Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. Enrico Palazzo.
Do you guys believe this?
Funny scene.
Francis Wharton lived in the Canadian woods. He once shot a deer, then took out his teeth and made dentures, the deer's teeth, then ate the deer with its own teeth.
Wow. That's brutal.
So that's kind of petty, really.
I don't know how the deer's teeth would actually fit.
Nah, I don't believe that. That's the part I don't believe.
I don't think he took him out like a
Yeah,
like
you know what he was?
Choppers thing you put in your mouth.
You know what he was then? He was bucktooth.
Oh my God, that was actually pretty good.
That's not a bad one.
Thank you.
I wanted to hate it, but I couldn't really.
Vikings believe there was a goat in Valhalla that supplied an endless supply of beer from its udders.
Yeah, I can believe that. Oh no!
Don't
Oh
do that again,
no!
Brown.
Not a good visual.
Wow, was that on? Forster, you got that?
Brown just
Okay.
goes shake weights. Can we do replay? We got the replay set up yet?
He opened the well though.
He got after it.
Wow.
It's like a salt shaker.
Our
Forster,
final.
can you run a napkin here for Brown?
Final interesting fact for you guys. This is interesting. You can thank World War I veterans for introducing the fashion of wearing watches on the wrist. Before that, men wore watches in their pockets, but soldiers wore them on the wrist so they could coordinate instantly.
Let's instantly coordinate. That's the end of trash.
Yes, that is it. And it's brought to you by
Our friends at Mortgage Right. Look, home means so much more this time of year, and Mortgage Right, our friends there, they want to make sure you're home for the holidays. Getting a mortgage is a necessity in the home buying process for many, but it doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you the tools, information, and expert help to make home buying happen. Don't let the fear of buying a home for the first time keep you from making one of the best investments of your life. Get started online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Travis with the great Brooks Koepka meme on when Dunaway said he rolled his eyes yesterday. Stephen, thank you. Said bucktooth was brilliant right then, Dunaway. Thank you.
Brilliant's a bit of an overstatement.
Good
for you.
It's a little much.
Yeah.
Hey, when the fruit's hanging on the tree, man, you got to grab it.
Yes.
You got to grab it.
All right.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check them out. If you're looking for lunch today, dinner, you can get it to go, take it back to your house, take it to your tailgate. If you're going to the big games or just back to the house, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight to Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun. It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
It looks like he just got hit and his sunglasses got knocked out of whack there.
Well, he's got to wear sunglasses talking to Kay Adams because she's been in the tanning booth.
Yeah.
That's a good bronzer she's got.
I mean, that's a little heavy on the bronzer for Kay Adams today.
TV number 2 over there with NFL Network, Andre Bad Moon Rising, talking to Kay Adams, the great Kay Adams. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, Brown.
Jimmy, I went to see Greystone Chiropractic to try to loosen up my old golf swing, and what I found out from Dr. Lee Goldenberg is that it's more than just that. It's getting your spine properly aligned so your nervous system is properly aligned, which affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. And it's not just for adults, it's for kids too. Dr. Lee says it's easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So go see my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic, 280 and 119 in Tattersall Park. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090.
In just a second, we'll do Brandon Marcello and the 24/7 team. Got some votes from some current head coaches on the assistant coaches out there that they think are ready to become head coaches as we're wrapping up this season. Some guys who could be moving on as the carousel cranks up. That in a second. But you just got some interesting information about Alabama and New Mexico State.
Yeah, I mean, no, this is
Word from the locker room?
So the number's 51.5, and David Payne Purdom, you know who that is. He writes for ESPN.
Covers the gambling industry.
Yeah,
for ESPN.
he's their gambler insider. He said that the win is reported. It has taken 29 money line bets on New Mexico State to beat Alabama straight up at 75-1. That is pissing your money away, people.
20, how many?
29.
And it's only 75-1?
75-1, yeah.
I mean, I say only. That seems a little small, honestly.
Yeah, but
a money line bet.
But like you're if you $2 to win 150 is what you're doing there?
I feel like a money line.
So if I'm throwing $2 away, I mean, that's.
If you had, and no, you're right. It is throwing money away. And is there a limit on a money line bet? Like, could I go in?
Yeah, there probably is. Well, I don't know on this. I mean, the win.
They'll really take all they could get.
Depends on whoever is actually the running that book.
But I would just think Dunaway. If I walked completely blind, and Lance is going to laugh at this, to the window for a money line bet on New Mexico State at Alabama, I would feel like I was probably going to get 300 to 1 on that.
That's what's
New
weird.
Mexico State.
Like right now, 10-team parlays used to pay 150 to 1. I would assume like probably a 7 or 8 teamer is probably close to 75 to 1 at certain casinos. So I would feel better. We've got guys that go 6-0. I'm glad I'm not personally booking the next round listeners and viewers because
we'd be in a hole right now.
They're really good at what they do. But I would feel better about hitting a 7 or 8 team parlay with games that I actually like against the number
than New Mexico State
taking
winning.
a 51.5 point dog here.
I've got a 2, a 3, and a 6-team parlay that I think is a winner for tomorrow.
Oh, can you share those? I'll hold them for you. Will you share them on the air?
I'll share them right now, Brian.
Or
right
on
after
the
you tell us
show?
about Tom Beckby. And I'll pull this up. It's part of the I wrote it in the morning rounds this morning at nextroundlive.com.
Oh, so you've already shared it out there. Yeah.
Yes.
Tom Beckby was a guy that was looking for really good outdoor clothing. He couldn't find what he liked, so he made his own. And he's right here, an Alabama company, and you can now buy Tom Beckby clothing and Mountain Brook Village. The Tom Beckby store there in Mountain Brook Village, their goal is outfitting you for the outdoors in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
I've got the 6 games up there, so you can break this down. If you just want to play a 2-team parlay, you can do it. If you want to break it into a 3-teamer, just add one more. If you want to go all 6 teams, you go them all.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, here we go.
Tell me where I'm wrong, LT.
For playing the 16 parlay, that's where you're wrong.
Ohio State minus 20.5.
I don't have a problem with that, Dunaway. I think you got a winner there.
Yep. And NC State plus 2.5. So that's my 2-team parlay.
That's your 2-team parlay.
I think NC State's a good play here. I think these are equivalent teams. You got one elite offense. You got a really good defense. It's a coin flip to me. Clawson's been good in these spots. You wonder where Wake Forest is mentally coming off a 2-touchdown meltdown in the fourth quarter. But I don't mind where your head is right now.
Okay, so now there's 2. If you want to add one more to make it a 3-teamer,
yeah,
I throw in Virginia plus the 5.5 at that point. So I'm Ohio State, NC State, Virginia if you're on 3-team.
Well, I like Virginia. It was my upset alert. I'm banking the fact that Brennan Armstrong is going to play in this game. If he doesn't, everything's off the table and this number will move.
Yeah, that's your problem right there. If Armstrong goes out hurt or doesn't even start the game, you got trouble.
Yeah, and if I'm Marcus Freeman, you know what I'm telling my guys? He plays, you hit him in the ribs as much as you can.
Listen, I don't want a 15-yarder, but if we get a 15-yarder, we'll live with it.
Short on time. Is there such thing as a 4-team parlay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you want to go 4 teams, throw in Nevada on top of that.
They'll
Now
pay you
plus,
10 to 1.
Plus 3. Nevada plus 3.
All right.
Throw that in there.
Don't mind it, okay.
Yeah, 5-team parlay. Throw in UAB plus the 4.5 on the road at Marshall.
Don't mind it. I think you're on the right side there.
Yep, and the 6-team parlay to wrap all that up. Texas A&M minus the 2.5.
Tricky game, man.
Yeah, I don't like
have
that
a lean
one. I
on
like
it.
Ole Miss to win that, depending
But
on.
So I'm pretty good through 5.
Yeah, I'll hold it. When are we going to get to our ticket, by the way?
We can do that in our next segment with our headlines and Brandon Marcello's story. That's all still to come. The University of Montevallo can get you to that next level as well with higher education. For you, if you want to go back to school, for your son or daughter, get a in-person tour at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Also, learn more about the university that Southern Living calls one of the most beautiful Southern campuses out there. U.S. News World Report says it's a college of distinction. The best tuition price you're going to find around, plus those small class sizes makes your son or daughter succeed academically. That's what it's all about. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, vulcantireandauto.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable. That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel, priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. Taco Mama was once a startup, and now 10 years later, Taco Mama has teamed up with us here at the Next Round to help other startups in Alabama take those first steps to success. That includes a free month of advertising donated by Taco Mama. The first startup we're excited to tell you about is Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire, fun clothing for golfers and other outdoor events. Find out more at southernbeeclothing.com. Here's a snippet of their entry video.
Our love of looking great while playing mediocre golf led to the creation of Southern Bee.
You'll hear more about Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire all through November on the Next Round. And if you're a startup business and would like to apply for the Taco Mama Startup Gift, send a short video to this email address, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's STAFF, staff@nextroundlive.com. The Next Round joins Taco Mama in reminding you to shop local and support local startups.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
What's he doing? I mean, I missed a joke in the hallway. You've always got an angle, is all I heard. Are you trying to steal my money?
No, we've got to. We've got an event after the show with our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors that you guys you're going to get a kick out of it, and we're very much looking forward to it. Academy Sports and Outdoors is one of our great sponsors, and we appreciate them being with us. And they're working with Folds of Honor, which is great, and we're going to explain more about that. You guys have to do the Players Club afterwards. Lance said hey, you want to go grab lunch after the show? I was like, yeah, y'all got Players Club. He goes, yeah, that'll take like 15 minutes and we'll go grab lunch. I was like, sure, I'd love to go grab lunch. And he goes, and then you can drop me back by here after the academy.
The only reason I said that, we've got an hour or so to kill. I figured we'd grab a meal together. I can have a couple of beers here from our friends at Bud Light.
I literally have to come right back by here to go home, so it's not a problem.
Paul says a new T-shirt that he's coming up with. We've got the Y'all Can Have the Rest T-shirt with all the Southern SEC states. He says, I'm taking the pic of the blonde with her luggage in the next round T-shirt from the commercial breaks and putting it on the Y'all Can Have the Rest T-shirt. Guaranteed bestseller.
Is that our friend with the luggage?
I believe she's hitched.
It's our friend Jessica.
I believe she's spoken for there. Sorry, Paul.
It's our Friday show. LT and I enjoying the Budweiser products today. He's with the Bud Light. I'm saying to hell with the calories today. I'm drinking the Bud Heavy.
Look at you,
Shout out
Jimmy.
to my dad.
Hey, let's do this for fun this weekend. Starting tomorrow morning, fair enough. Let's try to do a rough estimate of how many calories we intake.
All right.
Starting when?
From tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And we'll go through Sunday night.
Well, I mean, my mom has sent me photos of what I'm having for Brown family Thanksgiving tomorrow, so I think I'm going to win.
I think I can top you, Brown, because you don't drink your calories.
I do not drink calories. That is one rule I have.
Pass those to Forrester. I'd love to see what you're having later on. A lot to do in this segment. We'll start off with... let's start off with the fact that storm restoration can put a new roof on your head. Well, I want to do the Brandon Marcello story first, and everything else is tied to a segment here except for our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, and they're just tied to making your roof a better place. At Storm Restoration Roofing, my friend Greg from Pell City, and you can look him up on Facebook. He's a real person. He's not some made-up person. You can talk to him. You call him up. He'll give a free roof inspection, evaluate your roof, tell you if you need a roof, tell you how to get the most out of the roof you have left, how urgent it is to change the roof. He'll do all that because he actually gets up on the roof for you and makes that call. He also deals with the insurance agents, the insurance companies, and they really trust him, so they're not wasting your time. Basically what that means, there's a lot of people that get up on the roof and they do this and that, and they try to get money that really isn't there, and that really drives the insurance people crazy, right? Greg's not that guy. Greg goes up there, gives you a fair evaluation for free, no cost inspection, and then he's legit with the insurance company, so that working hand-to-hand relationship benefits you in the long run. Get that free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, anywhere you're listening and watching the next round for Storm Restoration Roofing. What was that?
Just watch.
Oh, wow. Wow.
We can show that video right now.
I don't. Was that what Forrester edited?
I don't think that was for the public.
Oh, okay.
My gosh.
Wow.
I got a family, guys.
We see you're trying to feed them.
Yeah, and apparently we know you can feed them if times get hard. All right, Brandon Marcello writes the story. And I think it's pretty interesting. He's got one, by the way. It's called Meet the Sickos. It's about a subculture of college ball fans that is a really interesting story as well. It's in our morning reads. You can check it out. But looking for the coaches who are ready to take the next step. I think this is interesting. Rhett Lashley is on the list still. Where do you think Rhett Lashley is right now, the Miami offensive coordinator?
You know what's interesting is UConn came open, and you would think they would have considered him. Now, I don't blame them, even if they did consider him, for going Jim Ward Jr. before him. Jim Ward Jr.'s got head coaching experience. You know what you're getting there. But you would have thought Rhett Lashley could perhaps get the UConn job if he wanted it. Now, he may not want that.
To me, his offenses are tough to watch.
Yeah, I
mean, Van Dyke makes it easier, but he had what is like an 11th year starting quarterback in De'Aaron King, and the offense was putrid. It was terrible. And I'm not a fan of Rhett Lashley's offense. He doesn't look like the face of a program to me. But,
I've always liked him and thought he was going to be a head coach one day. He is voted by other coaches that Brandon Marcello and 24/7 current head coaches, polled the fifth most attractive. Behind him, number 6, Todd Monken, Georgia offensive coordinator. Joe Moorhead, Oregon offensive coordinator, who we've seen at Mississippi State. Behind him, Brent Venables, Clemson defensive coordinator. Behind him, Jim Leonard, Wisconsin defensive coordinator. Guys that I know you all like.
Love Jim Leonard. We've seen Moorhead. I know it's a tough job at Mississippi State, but Moorhead, to me, after watching that, seems to be more, because the offense was non-existent at Mississippi State. He seems to be more of an offensive coordinator. Great offensive coordinator.
The guy who is tied for 9th, which was bottom of the 10 highest here, Jeff Lebby, Ole Miss offensive coordinator, who I thought should be higher, but apparently his stock is a little lower with other head coaches.
Well, I think part of it is Lane gets so much credit for that offense. I don't know if Lebby gets all the credit perhaps he deserves, but I have heard that Ole Miss loves him, that in the event Lane Kiffin did take another job, that Lebby would be tip-top of the list for them.
Yeah, don't you
They would
almost
have no problem putting him there.
Feel early on Kirby Smart at Alabama didn't get the credit he deserved because of Nick Saban.
That's right.
And then ultimately
I think
has
Lebby's in that situation,
reputation built. And I think it would be the same for Lebby if Ole Miss continues to have this offensive success. But to me, the guy that really jumps out on that list is Jim Leonard.
So, and can I quickly say about Lebby, what you sometimes see guys do in that situation is, as good as he's got it in Oxford, he may take if he gets offered a bigger job. I mean, I'll just use this as an example. Let's say Bill O'Brien takes another job and Alabama came after Jeff Lebby. He might look at it and say, this is a chance for me to go make my name myself. I'm
Nick
out from under
Saban's
Lane's
not
wing.
an offensive coach, so everybody will know it's my offense.
That's right. And Lane is pretty solid here. He's not going anywhere, so I'm not going to get this job. I need to go prove I can do it out from under Lane's wing, and what a better place to do it than the tools I got at Alabama.
How many are on that list?
10, and I've got the top 4 left.
Okay. Well, and I've got a point, and I think I know where this is going.
So I gave you everybody behind Rhett Lashley. Here are the people ahead of Rhett Lashley. Alex Grinch, Oklahoma defensive coordinator. Mike Elko, Texas A&M defensive coordinator. Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame defensive coordinator. And number 1 is Dan Lanning, Georgia defensive coordinator. All the offensive guys in the rear, the defensive guys in the front.
Because I was wondering where those guys were.
Yes.
And I throw Jim Leonard in there. So the guys I would be most excited about are defensive guys, but it's all about offense now in college football. But if you get those guys and they can instill their defense and have the success they've had at their current situations defensively, and you get the right offensive coordinator, it's a perfect match.
That's the perfect match there. So you were one step ahead of the list there. You saw what was happening there. All the offensive guys in the back, top 4 guys, the most attractive, according to Brandon Marcello in 24/7, to be head coaches next, defensive-minded guys.
How about, did you say the name Bill O'Brien?
Not on the list.
Think about that. This guy's coaching Alabama's offense, which has been among the best offenses in the nation for a good 5 or 6 years.
Well,
and has been a head coach at a premier program already.
If U.S. announced tomorrow Bill O'Brien's their next head coach, I'd throw up in a bag.
USC?
At USC?
At USC.
Yeah.
What did I say?
U.S.
You said U.S.
I don't want him to coach the national team either.
Yeah.
All right. So Bill O'Brien, I mean, he got a lukewarm response from Nick Saban last night. Was asked about the offense.
I think pretty good job.
Pretty good job. But he said, hey, we all didn't do a great job last week.
Yeah.
The offense wasn't good.
I think that's fair. I think it's been a pretty good job.
I think he's done a pretty good job.
I mean, they're averaging 43 points a game.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. It's only down, I think, 5 points a game from where they finished last
Looks
season.
so different.
It really does.
Let's do our Amherst headlines of the week, and then we'll get into negotiation time. Then Rockstar's Playhouse in the next segment. Then the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6, and then we'll say goodbye. We'll
Then
make a toast and
lunch.
say goodbye.
Yes.
Then lunch.
And me bringing Lance back here.
Then Academy Sports a little bit later on. Headline Times is brought to you by Amherst. Hit it, Rockstar.
The America's first Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
Banking is not just about your money, it is about you. Getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
All right. I've got 2, but you're eager to do yours.
No, you go first.
Okay.
Yes, you've got 2.
Well, I'm gonna start one off right here. Not a lot on the line for Miami and Florida State this week, but Miami's won 4 games in a row, trying to make it 5 straight over the Seminoles. I don't think it happens. I'm going to take Florida State, and my headline's going to be Semi Noel's FSU in streak versus Canes. It's the holiday season. Yes.
Look at the decorations on the goalposts.
Yes, Sheriff Bosworth. Check with the streakers across. They have an interesting tree this year.
Thank you for the tip.
I can't believe we got the same game.
Oh, you're doing Florida State and Miami?
Yeah,
too?
no, I came up on my. I'll be honest.
Neither one of them are the Gamecocks.
Semi Noel's.
I get it.
Oh.
I get it.
Okay.
I think I've used Gamecocks once this year, but But I can't believe that used to be such a big game. So this
Yeah,
is Miami Herald, Sunday morning.
Right.
No glory, Knowles, as Dyke goes berserk in Tallahassee.
That's the quarterback. If you're scoring it,
it's the quarterback.
It's
Okay.
technically Van Dyke, isn't it?
Oh, they didn't have enough.
Oh,
enough
yeah,
ink.
yeah. Well, yeah. So you got to put the headline.
Dyke's going berserk in
How about
Tallahassee.
That's interesting.
Brown, what about yours?
As you can see, mine appears in the Waco Tribune. You like that?
Yeah.
It's the Old English. The Waco
Did you
Tribune.
do that with a quill?
Jeez.
I did, yeah. Feathered quill. The headline in the Waco Tribune, after Baylor beats Oklahoma on the final play, Rockstar. It's a huge defensive stand and a very controversial play called by Oklahoma coach Lincoln Riley. So, Lincoln regrets final play. Baylor wins.
See, we had a former president.
What?
Yeah, we had a former president went to go see
Rutherford B. Hayes?
American Cousin, I think it was.
No. Was that the name of the play?
Yeah, Our American Cousin.
So Lincoln regrets final play. Dunaway groaned as if people don't make Abraham Lincoln jokes
No, I didn't
all the
groan.
time.
I didn't
I heard you
groan.
groan.
And that wasn't closed casket. They put him on ice for a while, right?
They did.
They did.
One of
did,
Lance's
yeah.
weirdest fetishes is his, not a fetish really, but you are fascinated by whether the casket was open or closed.
Well, I think it shows you how bad the situation was.
So
Like with your former housekeeper, Rockstar Close.
Wide open.
I've heard it a million times.
Wide open.
So, as you can see in the Waco Tribune, Lincoln regrets final play. Baylor wins.
All right. Rockstar, what do you have?
Mine's at AL.com.
AL.com.
Dan it, Samford almost pulls off one in a mullen chance to take off Florida. One in a mullen to upset Florida.
I like that. Dan it.
Samford. You look at okay. Samford's playing Florida tomorrow, correct? Am I not wrong?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Samford almost pulls one in a mullen upset.
in Florida.
Yeah.
It looks like I don't need to read it because y'all have to read it before me.
That is Rockstar. One more for me. I think both JT and Stetson play for Georgia tomorrow. 2 quarterbacks, 1 ball. Dogs blackout balls. I like the Dogs. They win this one pretty easily tomorrow. And both quarterbacks play. Those are our headlines brought to you by Am First.
Am First knows one thing, Dunaway. Banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
All right. It's time for the negotiation.
All right. Am I the arbitrator?
You are the arbitrator, but, I mean, I've got to agree to it, right?
Yes,
I can't
you do.
just give away my ticket.
how arbitration
I first want to bring this up. I really believe you bought that ticket just to mess with me.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Yeah,
No,
it
no,
does.
no. I bought the ticket.
95% of people think that.
95%.
We've polled 95% of the people I asked.
Anybody that's like, I haven't brought it up, people bring it up to me all the time. So I seriously doubt anybody believes. First of all, you've never bought a future ticket.
But I bought 2. And I bought one for the Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl.
Your team.
My team. And I bought this one because this is the team I actually thought would win the Super Bowl.
So this ticket is for...
But you didn't buy it for them to win the Super Bowl.
No, just to win the NFC Championship because it seemed like such easy money. My buddy Mike Kennedy was in Las Vegas, and he says, hey, is there any future bets? Oh, there's the ticket right there. You have all the important stuff blacked out. You cut it out.
Credit card number?
So he said,
Bank statement?
Any future things that you want? And I said, yeah, I tell you what, put me down $50 on the Rams to just win the NFC Championship. I thought maybe if the Chiefs were good. I mean, this is back. I don't know when we bought it, but it was back in the summer.
Yeah.
August 30th. I was like, man, the Rams are going to be good. They got Stafford now. Give me the Rams to win that. Now, that pays out $412.
It does. $50 investment. If my client, Mr. Taylor.
Well, wait, can we do the Cowan equipment and see what the people think before you start negotiating?
Sure.
Okay, we asked all of you, should I get $100 for my $50 ticket? That could pay $412. Should I get $150? Mm-hmm. Should I get $200? Should I get $250 plus to give this away? To give it away. What does the people think at Cowan Equipment?
And by the way,
Lance, tell them about Cowan.
Yeah, having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment.
Yep.
Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
20% say Lance should give you $250 or more.
20%.
25%.
That's the dumb percentage, by the way.
25% say $200.
Oh, this is pretty even.
26% say $150. And 29% say the offer I am prepared to give you for my client.
That's the right offer.
$100. Yeah. Would you take $100 cash for my client, Mr. Taylor?
You're
for
doubling
this
your investment. The Rams look like complete shit right now, and they just brought in one of the biggest cancers in the National Football League.
My client, I wish he would quit talking right now. I'm trying to negotiate this for $100, Mr. Taylor's
But if I take the first offer, then I'm a sucker at that point.
No, I understand.
But right now, you're going to wipe your ass with that ticket.
Yes,
so,
right
I mean,
now.
it's either
Again,
you're going to get nothing or
again.
you're going to get $100.
What about $110?
I'm stopping at 100.
This is our second offer.
Oh, you're stopping at 100.
That's what my client says, $110.
Because
So
I
we'll give you
promise you will
$110
not cash that ticket in. I'm just trying to give myself two things: hope in January, and the fact that I will not blame you when they lose on a situation that was who hit the upright for the Bears. The former Auburn kicker just a couple years ago.
Cody Parkey?
Cody Parkey.
Yeah.
Matthew Gay does not pull that.
Listen, in spite of what my client has said, he will give you $110 cash today, Mr. Dunaway, in exchange for that ticket.
I'm not sure I like the attitude coming from the negotiating table.
Mr. Dunaway, please pay no attention to my client. I'm here on behalf.
Mr. Dunaway has no representation.
This is the way it would go. You know that.
It's exactly the way it would
it's
go.
$110.
Can we hold it for a little bit
cash.
longer? Can we do this again another day?
This offer, Mr. Dunaway, is going to expire soon. We can't hold this offer forever. The more games the Rams play, the more or less valuable that ticket becomes. You know, it could become less valuable.
This is LT's last chance to save his Rams season.
It really
says
is.
Charles.
The Rams have lost 4 consecutive games to the 49ers. McVay, the one guy he can't figure out is Kyle Shanahan. So after they lose Sunday, they drop to 7-3, which right now, if the season ends, they're on the road wild card round. They never play a game in SoFi.
LT could sell water to a fish. Rusty LT lives to take advantage of Dunaway. You see how this is going to play? Is that I'm about to give up $412.
I think even more interesting, how many people actually think, I mean, Brown, just you're an honest guy. Do you think the Rams win the NFC?
I do not. They don't look like they just got drilled by the Titans.
I do not think the Rams win the NFC.
They just got drilled by the Titans, and they're adding Odell Beckham, who is a team killer.
Rockstar, do you have a vote?
$110 is a fair offer.
I would say $40. No, I would go $150.
$150 from Rockstar.
Look, $110 is our current offer, Mr. Dunaway, and you really should take this right now.
Forrester, do you have a thumbs up, thumbs down on 100? Ooh, behind the glass goes 2 thumbs down.
Wow.
Well, I guess Forrester thinks the Rams are going to win the NFC.
I cannot promise you my client will keep this offer on the table. So.
Who's that lawyer with the whiteboard? I like him.
Call me Alabama.
Call me Alabama.
I'm just giving you an opportunity to double your money without doing anything. You know the NFC is by far the most difficult conference.
It is. S. White, 7510 says, do 100 now, and if the ticket wins, you give me 75 of your 412.
I can't, and the reason why S. White is because Dunaway still has stake in the game. I've got to cleanse this ticket of all Dunaway.
You could give it to me, and I'll choose whether or not to give it to Jim.
No, how about this? If I give it to you, for 100, will you burn it? And then nobody gets any money for it at all.
I think you really should do that. I think that is a fair.
I'll give you 50. I'll pay you your ticket back, and I'll burn it.
You're getting 50 out of it just in the Rams still being alive, and then you burn it. So
I'll give you your 50 back, and we can burn it right now on set, or I'll give you 100, and you're making money.
We can't burn it on set because there are fire things all over.
That's the advantage. I would lose money. I would go $50 to see if any of these damn fire alarms work.
The alarms work. The alarms work. I don't know if those.
So I'll give you 50 right now to burn it. Or I'll give you 100 and you're doubling your money. We're just now halfway through the season. The Rams are coming off a loss where the Titans had less than 200 yards of offense.
Okay, how about this? Last offer. 100 on Monday if they lose Sunday. 150 on Monday if they win Sunday.
Well, they play Monday night.
Okay, Monday. On Tuesday.
Here's the problem. They're going to lose if you still have that ticket. They're only a 4-point favorite at San Francisco. If you relinquish that ticket, they've got a shot on Monday. I really believe that. I think there's other people out there that believe it too.
Krusty 1001 WWMD, what would Maggie do?
She'd take the 100.
I think she would take the 100.
Yeah,
If
first
she's
off,
going to watch it. She's going to want you to give her that 100.
First off, she doesn't know that I spent $50
That's
on
right.
this ticket. She's going to be pissed about that.
That's right. She'd rattle your balls around in her purse.
Yeah, she won't gamble. She's a pastor.
I'm not going to
she
twist your arm. I'm willing to give you $100 right now. I will peel it out. I will hand it to you. I'll take the ticket. If not, I don't think the Rams, even if I take this ticket, I think it's a slim shot that they get there.
What about 125? You got 125 on you?
I don't think I do.
How about 100 and you wipe a steak?
Ooh. Look at Dunaway negotiating out of the blue.
That's
Dunaway's
a good one because I'm one steak
out.
down. That'd even it back up.
Yeah, I'd do that, Lance.
100 cash right now and a steak off. You don't even have to go eat with me. You don't have to pay off a steak to me. You just erase the one that I'm down. I mean, that at times is a $250, $300 value.
The simple fact that you finally are learning to negotiate a little bit, I'll do it.
I'm growing up, kids. I'm growing up.
Look at you.
I don't appreciate you bringing brown in as the heavy.
Well, I tried. In fact, you're getting less cash than what I offered.
You
There's
doubled,
$100.
and you got a steak back.
That's right.
That's an unbelievable win out of you.
There we go. Money. You're blowing my germs off?
I'm cleaning it off a little bit.
It's getting the blood off of it.
I think you'd be better off if you burned it. All right, so we're even on steak bets. That's a Royal Betting steak bet update brought to you by our friends at RoyalBettingInc.com. Highway 31 in Pelham. Was all that legal? I don't know.
Who knows?
But we're not going to ask questions. We're just sitting here. We're just two guys sitting here having a cold beer on a Friday afternoon talking sports. When we come back, we go to a little place we like to call Rockstar's Playhouse. That is next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
We'll do the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6 and our 3 and out in our next segment. But right now, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where LT enjoys a lot of football Friday nights, some dinner, and always Wednesday trivia.
Yeah, a great place to go for live music all weekend long. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution, right there in Crestline Village. You can enjoy the fall atmosphere, sit outside on that patio, watch college football all weekend long, and enjoy some of the incredible food, burgers, award-winning wings. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in today. Go see our friends at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
If you're watching the commercial breaks, you saw my celebration. What you did not see before we came back from the commercial break, back in the room behind the glass, because Forrester was being talked to by the next round version of Bo Davis. I saw you back there reading them the riot act for voting thumbs down. I saw you back there saying, I can't believe you did not support me there.
What I said was basically they got you a steak out of that. I think you would have done 2-1, which was fair. I talked to, there's one other person up here that wagers a lot, and he said the exact same thing. 2-1 was the fair route. But, hey, you got a steak out of it, so good for you.
Yeah. All right. So we're even on stakes, and we're ready for Rockstar's Playhouse today. As always, Rockstar, it's brought to you by
Rockstar's Playhouse is brought to you by Golf Tees. Check out their latest hats and apparel at officialgolftees.com. That's TEES, officialgolftees.com.
I've been waiting for this all year. The creativity. Look at
Oh, that sounds swell. How y'all doing?
I don't watch the show, so who is he?
Well, good luck, because I don't watch it either.
Sounds like real.
This is John Dutton Way.
Okay.
From the Paramount
John
Network
Dutton Way?
hit Yellowstone. The guys from the next round asked me to be here and motivate you because they couldn't find anyone from the other best show in the world, Succession. I want to give you a little advice on achieving your goals and winning this college football Saturday. One of the best pieces of advice I ever received was to always have a close and loving relationship with your children. In other words, you need to treat your teammates as children. Keep an eye on them and make sure they stick their responsibilities. You don't want a random teammate taking a bottle of champagne and stripping down to take a bath outside while you have company over. I'm just painting with a broad brush here.
Is that what his old lady does?
She bathes outside occasionally. Yes.
If you are the visiting team, you have to maintain the mentality that land you're playing on is your land. If they don't give it to you willingly, take it from them. Slaughter their horses or pull some strings with politicians to alter their property lines on that field. There are plenty of ways you can get the upper hand against your opponent.
start a small fire in their locker room the night before and frame their mascot. God bless me. Or you could reverse the flow of a local river and cause panic in the city. Or you could take them to a rough bar on the seedy side of town and just leave them with no ride home. Now, as you can see, I'm only referencing things from the first few episodes of Season 1. The writer of this just couldn't get into the show and refused to have his arm branded with a sweet-ass not last-minute logo. Now I'm feeling a little tired. I need to rest up and take a little siesta in the visiting stables. Can you imagine a man with as much stress and chaos surrounding me? I can rest easy most of the time. Anyway, good luck this weekend and come to Yellowstone, where more is blowing up than just geysers.
I love the Yellowstone logo on Rocky's denim. Did he borrow the shirt from you?
He did.
I would love to have that shirt. It looks like it would fit me. It looks a little big for you.
This is the Steve Henniger special.
Do you think anybody... So Stetson probably has sold more hats over the last couple of years to marginal Western wear people than they ever have based on this show?
Probably so.
Do you think people have gotten that tattoo or brand?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here comes Rockstar. So you think they've gotten the Yellowstone tattoo on them?
Absolutely,
I think
yeah.
even somebody on a drunken night probably got the brand.
Oh my! You're about to make Maggie's day.
Yes. This is it right here.
Yeah.
This is it. You got to get it sitting on the head just right, Rockstar.
You want the shirt?
I don't want the shirt. This, by the way, this hat smells like it's been worn before on the Yellowstone. It's from Chief. It doesn't smell exactly the way I thought it would.
He got it from Chief.
I need a little toothpick in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, gee golly, sir, we got a lot of crime today.
I got me a piece of hay.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to need you to take that cattle up there to Ranch B, or excuse me, Pasture B, and let them graze up there.
Do your Scottish accent while you're at it.
Because we got some stories. I'm bad at this.
Your Scottish accent owns
You look
me.
like Richard. If you had a beard, Richard Farnsworth in The Straight Story.
Such a random.
Lance's random movie recall is incredible.
Pull it, Rocky.
Seriously, did you ever see Cowboys how small their cigarettes were?
yeah.
I mean, they'd smoke
Farn.
I mean, they'd smoke those cigarettes all the way down to where it was almost burning their fingers.
Straight Story.
They weren't allowed to. They didn't waste any bit of those cigarettes back in there. They smoked them around.
Yep. Smoke them right down to the butt, didn't they?
You know, Waylon's got a new album coming out soon. Me and the boys. You know, if I hadn't shaved, that's me.
So mean. That pull.
Well, he's got the plaid and everything. Suspenders with a beard.
How do you remember that? How long has it been since you've seen that movie?
That movie was 99.
I don't even know what movie it is.
I don't either.
He sounds like a guy like.
He looks like the old.
You guys are always talking trouble.
The sheriff's gonna get you now.
You guys will remember him. He was the bench coach in The Natural.
Oh,
Oh, he was.
Yeah,
He
with
was,
Wilford
yeah.
Brimley.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that character. So what's his actual name?
Richard Farnsworth.
That's his name. That's
yeah,
the character?
yeah. He's really good. Well, was a good actor. He's
Yeah.
he's
Boy,
he's dust now.
him and Wilford Brimley in The Natural played off each other so
really did,
well. They
yeah.
were really, really good.
I never knew Chief actually worked this hard.
Oh, Chief works his ass off.
He does. In this hat, it smells like that's got a little Chief sweat to it.
A little musk.
I feel like I'm gonna smell like that the rest of the day now. That is Rockstar's Playhouse.
They said you sound like Darlene's husband on Ozark. That's the same voice, basically.
They took our land, killed our people.
But at the beginning, it sounded a little like Rip with that really, really deep
It really
voice.
did. It really did. All right, that's Rockstar's Playhouse. We'll do the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 and the 3 and Out still to come. The show's being brought to you, LT, by our friends at Michelson. You can almost see the end of the show by now.
Yeah, Dunaway. You can almost see the weekend, right? 969-8100. Write that number down. How about the gift of sight? If you've got somebody, a loved one, maybe even for yourself. If you've wore the contacts or the eyeglasses for years, now is the time. Stop procrastinating. Make the phone call that I made almost 20 years ago. The procedure took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, still better than 20/20. Call Dr. Mark Michelson today, Dr. Jen Michelson. Ask for Amy, 969-8100. Tell them the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. For more information, you can always go online. Michelson Laser
No,
Vision.
after the show you've already had, please go ahead and do this too. Do that one too, so we have we're getting the whole Christmas reel together
those
for
hips
Brown.
into it.
Yeah, we're getting the Brown Christmas reel together. Yeah, love to see that one at your daughter's wedding one day.
Do you guys ever remember back in the day when we did radio years and years ago when the Naked Cowboy would come up and see Limp and Sonny?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice guy, by the way.
Really nice guy, but I haven't been to New York in like 3 or 4 years, but he was still wandering the streets of Times Square.
Yeah, I think he got shut down for some reason. Well, COVID, I think, got him.
Look, the day I die, y'all can do the show like this. Just tight shot, Forrester.
The day I die.
Yeah, Bud Heavy, and that's how we remember Dunaway.
Yes. Back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
It's time to change the game plan on your night's sleep. Have you ever had a custom-made mattress set made right here in America? Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that's what you get with my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years now. You can see everything they offer on their website, royalbeddinginc.com. But better yet, stop by the showroom right on Highway 31. It's Royal Bedding and the website, royalbeddinginc.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hey, Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
3 and Out is brought to you by Vulcan Tires. I do have it from a pretty good source that says he believes Scott Woodward, number 1 candidate, is going to be Lincoln Riley, and he'll let the Jimbo Fisher story bubble out there as a smokescreen for Lincoln Riley.
Well, I told you guys that a couple months ago. Or a couple weeks ago.
I think it's smart. I mean, Woodward can go down his legacy as an AD. I hired Jimbo at Texas A&M. If he does special things there, he can end up being the greatest coach in A&M history. And now he can go on and find his own guy. And if I'm an LSU fan, I don't know about you two. If you could have Jimbo Fisher or Lincoln Riley take over your program at LSU, who would you rather have?
Lincoln Riley.
I'd probably take Lincoln Riley.
Yeah. I think most LSU fans would say that.
And I think, it wouldn't shock me if Woodward had gone to Jimbo and Jimbo said, no, I'm not doing it. He goes, well, here's what I'll do. The job's going to be open. It's going to get you a massive raise, but I'm going to need to use you for cover for my other guy.
You owe me that because we're old friends. Let me keep it out there.
And I'm about to get you a massive raise, too.
Well, he's already got a massive raise.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's when he went to him. And Jimbo was like, I'm not doing it. He said, well, here's what I'll do. We'll leak your name out there. You get a massive raise. You're my boy, but I need to use you for cover. And Jimbo's probably like, all right.
3 and Out, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Tell them about them, LT.
Yeah, Dunaway, a great place to go. Anything you need bumper to bumper for your car. If you want to get it winterized, you need the brake pads, you need wheel alignment, you need tires, anything. Go see our guys, locally owned and operated. 4 locations. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More points on Saturday, Tennessee or TCU? Both going against really good defenses. TCU on the road at Stillwater. Tennessee obviously hosting Georgia.
I'm going to take TCU in this one, Brown. I think there's a chance, a path to victory for the Horned Frogs. I don't think they get there. I really don't think there's a path to victory for Tennessee. And I don't think Tennessee's offense scores as much as they scored in Tuscaloosa.
I think they scored 21.
What did they score in Tuscaloosa? 28? Was it 42?
24, right?
24, okay.
Yeah. I'll go Tennessee.
I'll take 21 for TCU. I'll take 17 for Tennessee.
I think it's TCU, too. I agree with you.
Second down.
I'm a lot smarter now that I don't have that ticket.
What would be the more embarrassing potential upset? I didn't know it was in your desk. I'm not one to steal, but if I would have known it today.
I'm not one to do that, but I would have waved that.
It wasn't. It was in my wallet.
Okay. More embarrassing potential upset: Vanderbilt over Kentucky or Kansas over Texas?
Chad asked a question. What if Jimbo had a Rams future ticket? Lance hates him anyway.
Oh, my God.
If Jimbo had a Rams future ticket.
He split it with
Odell.
Well, Mike called, my buddy who was in Vegas. He says, so every year, can we just buy a Rams ticket and double our money?
Yep.
So did he really?
What's the question?
You would do that, too.
I wouldn't do that to you. I didn't do that intentionally this year for you. What was the question?
What would be the more potentially embarrassing loss? Would it be Vanderbilt beating Kentucky or Kansas beating Texas?
Kansas beating Texas will get more headlines. So,
both of them would be really embarrassing.
You know what? Here's what's going to happen.
Vanderbilt's lost, 20 straight?
They have, and I don't think either one of these is going to happen. If Kansas beats Texas, you know what it's going to be? This team won't play for this staff. Bo Davis goes off. They've lost the team, yada, yada, yada. It's going to be all that crap.
Meanwhile, if Vandy beats Kentucky, same old Kentucky.
Tree falling in the woods.
It's going to be Texas losing to Kansas. It'll be a much bigger story.
Third down.
More points on Saturday: Alabama against New Mexico State or Clemson against UConn?
I'm going to say Alabama against New Mexico State. Not trying to landmine anybody, but I'm just not sure Clemson could do it against Air right now. A lot of points.
I'm with Dunaway. Alabama's offense will get back right, and Saban he doesn't run the score up, but he's got to let Tyson and Milroe and all those guys play a little too. They've barely had snaps.
Fourth down.
More passing yards Saturday: Will Rogers against Auburn or Bryce Young against New Mexico State?
I'm going to say Bryce Young against New Mexico State. I think Auburn's defense plays well, even though I think it's a high-scoring game. I think some of that's going to be because of turnovers. I really think Auburn will take advantage of Will Rogers' ability to throw interceptions.
He's been red hot.
Auburn secondary.
Are you interested on an interesting stake bet now that we're even on that? I take Will Rogers total yards against Auburn against Bryce Young.
Take one, lose one.
Or I call that a free play.
Yeah.
Or we can figure out another game. I'm just throwing that out.
Okay,
there.
we'll do it in the commercial break.
Okay.
I think Bryce Young will have more yards against.
I think it's going to be really
against
close.
New Mexico State.
I think the only thing, and not to talk you out of this, is I kind of agree with JP. I think this thing could be obviously over at halftime, and I think Paul Tyson could get some work, and I think Will Rogers plays full 4.
Oh, absolutely. But what happens before that? Is it 75 yards to Jamison? Is it 58 yards to John Mechie? Is it 70 yards to?
Oh, he could have 300 at half.
Yeah, that's my point. And that is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, remember, locally owned and operated, great sponsors here on the Next Round. Appreciate everything those guys do. Look, take your car by, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And lock of the day every day, brought to you by Jeremy Purvis, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. LT will send it out. You got it now?
I got it.
Okay,
yeah.
We'll do the lock right now. It's brought to you by Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, Iron Mountain Construction as well. 205-516-4927. Talk to Jeremy and his crew out there, whether it's construction needs or plumbing needs, business or residential, ironmountainworld.com.
If it wasn't for Mother Nature, we would have hit 8 of our last 9 free plays. We had UNC plus 6.5. They lose the game by 7 in overtime. We go back college football, Cincinnati on the road in Tampa taking on South Florida. Number is it's basically stayed 23.5. They need style points. I don't know Jerome Ford's status. I do believe Cincinnati, sooner or later, their talent level is so much above South Florida. This is a really good spot where you can play a heavy favorite. Trust me on this one. I think Cincinnati goes out. I think it's a statement game on a Friday night. This is one of those where Cincinnati games typically get buried on a college football Saturday. This is one of those people will be paying attention.
A lot of people watching.
They'll be watching Cincinnati. I think they make a statement. I think they win this game 35-42 points. Easy win tonight.
That's the lock of the day, brought to you by IronMountainWorld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the crew, IronMountainWorld.com. Just drain it.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat. But not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Celebrate the gift-giving season with Bromberg's Vietri Holiday Collections. Italian-made and hand-painted, 20% off all Vietri purchases all week long. Make it a holiday to remember with new additions to Bromberg's best-selling Lastra Holiday and Old St. Nick patterns. Handcrafted, timeless artwork for your table with authentic Italian craftsmanship and quality. And did you know you can also create a wish list at Bromberg's? Make it easy for Santa to get you exactly what you want for Christmas this year by creating a Bromberg's wish list. And you can unwrap a gift from Bromberg's that you love. Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 5-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
We are behind schedule today, aren't we? Running out of runway here. I hope you saw Brown's family Thanksgiving that is happening tomorrow for his out-of-town family. It's in town. Turkey breast there.
That's right. That's my mom. She's doing the turkey breast. That's the pork loin.
Vicky.
Smoking on the grill because my brother doesn't like turkey.
So this is not in Birmingham, though, right?
No, it's in Jacksonville. That's mini pecan pies right there.
I like
Will you
that.
be coming back to Birmingham?
I will be, yes.
Will you bring a couple plates?
Absolutely, if there's any left. To your house?
Would you really?
Oh,
you want
yeah.
that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing nothing.
Who wouldn't want
I don't
that?
know about you.
I bet my mom's got those clamshell to-go plates, too. I guarantee she does. So I could just load one up like it's a restaurant. I don't mind doing that.
All about it.
Well, bring 2 in case I'm at his house.
Bring 3. Well, bring 4.
5. Just bring for the whole Next Round crew.
Just invite us, please.
Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. It's up right now. B-Dubs brings you this every week. This week and next week, and then we do our final. So if you're not tied for first this week or next week, you don't get into the championship for the grand prize. Buffalo Wild Wings, great locations.
Hey, look, you only get so many college football Saturdays, and I don't want to be negative, but look, we are in November, so live it up. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays, Buffalo Wild Wings. They've got 8 locations in Birmingham, the Birmingham Central Alabama area, almost 20 years here in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. And don't forget about that takeout app. Download it right now. You can get the takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app. Get it all weekend. And remember, 2 new locations coming late 2021. 1 in Chelsea, 1 in Oxford. It's Buffalo Wild Wings.
Mark, thank you for editing up and making it a meme, the video we did not want to get out of Brown. He has sent that out for you if you want to check that out. Also, the Pick 6 that we're talking about now is up and rolling for you at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. We talked about 2 games earlier, Michigan, Penn State, and Oklahoma, Baylor. Auburn, Mississippi State's on there. So, too, is the battle in Oxford. Texas A&M, Ole Miss, too close to call, you say. Notre Dame and Virginia. What do you think of Notre Dame and Virginia? It's one of the games that's on there.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Virginia. Notre Dame is 6-1 their last 7 against the number. So Brian Kelly not only is winning games with less talent this year, they're actually covering games. This is interesting. Virginia is 13-3 against the number following a bye since 2010. So they've been really good coming off that bye week. The question here is going to be Brennan Armstrong.
It's 100%, yeah.
He is good enough. If you haven't seen him play, Luganville was talking about him. You and I have talked about him this year. He is a tremendous quarterback that can do absolutely everything for that offense. Virginia's offense will be able to score with Notre Dame. The question will be, can Virginia's defense slow down Notre Dame?
Yeah, if I'm Marcus Freeman, we talked about this earlier, Jim, I tell my defense, hit him until they flag us for a 15-yarder. And then when they do that, we'll adjust. But until they flag us for a 15-yarder, hit him every time you can.
You don't consider that dirty? That's part of the game?
Well, I mean, if they don't throw the flag, it's not a penalty.
It would be the equivalent of you're in a ring and a guy's got a cut.
That's right. I'm going to beat that cut.
You pick that cut apart until they bleed out. But I'll say this. There was 10 games that I thought you could have unranked beating ranked. Last night was one of those. It came close. We're going to have some unranked win. I think Virginia could be one of those unranked that beats a ranked.
Miami and Florida State is the 6th game we haven't talked about on there. It's a rivalry game, not a lot on the line this week, but a tough game to play.
Yeah, and Dyke's going to go berserk. I told you that.
Yes, you did. Van Dyke.
Van Dyke is a really good quarterback, and I think ultimately, and Brown might have been the first to bring this up, he is going to save Manny Diaz's job. He's going to be a superstar. He's that good. You can tell he's a pure quarterback. He's going to play at the next level. He will be a starting quarterback in the NFL in 3 years. I think he's that good. If you got an opportunity to watch him, they could lose this game, though. This is a rivalry game. I don't think Miami's that good. Florida State is having their issues.
Jordan Travis was out last week, so he's
questionable.
He'd gotten really good. He's questionable coming off. I don't know if it's COVID protocol or if it's an injury, but he's questionable this week. Manny Diaz going to battle with his AD. Manny Diaz was asked if this week at his news conference, do you think the AD not giving you a vote of confidence is hurting you on the recruiting trail? His quote was, "I'd imagine."
Oh, wow. I'd imagine.
Yeah, AD Blake James has said we will evaluate at the end of the year about Manny Diaz's future, and Manny says that's hurting him on the recruiting trail.
Yeah, I almost would just go on and say, let's give him a vote of confidence. We're going to keep you, Manny.
They're still alive to make it to Charlotte, by the way.
Yeah,
they got to win this one. They cannot lose this one to get there.
In the Michigan-Penn State game, part of your Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6, Sean Clifford said yesterday, I'm not closing the door on this being my final 2 games at Beaver Stadium.
He might go pro.
He has a 6th year out there. He's played a long, long time, but he believes he's got another year of eligibility left, and he's considering coming back.
Would Sean Clifford get drafted?
Probably a late project, maybe.
Yeah, so why not come back?
Yeah.
I would come back if I'm him.
7th round. I would come back if I was Clifford.
Do you think James Franklin wants him back?
Well, I think that would be the question, right?
Yeah.
Does he want to play at Beaver Stadium, Penn State, or if they're ready to move on?
James Franklin says, I'm trying to get out of here.
Yeah, but if, based on James Franklin's backup that we saw against Iowa,
I think you need Clifford.
I would tell Clifford, hey, look what has happened to stock for Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Come back.
Steve Sarkisian doesn't know if he's going to start Casey Thompson or Hudson Card or who will play the most. Matt Campbell shoots down rumors about the TCU job for him.
Ugh.
Arkansas, not part of our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. 1-14 in their last 15 road games since 2018 on the road.
Yeah, and that's what kind of scares me about Arkansas. And I didn't know that you had seen that number, but Sam Pittman's 1-6 on the road.
I think he gets the win here, though.
Yeah, he got the win. Tough game, Arkansas and LSU. It's part of an exciting Week 11. We'll be back on Monday to talk about it. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor.